The buck that's in second, another very sound, functional kind of buck, very, very balanced in terms of his makeup. I think today maybe just gives up a little bit in terms of pounds. He is a heavy muscled buck. He's a sound featured buck. He's got a lot of rib there. I think there's a lot of good there. Maybe just a little bit more immaturity in terms of what this bright ram brings to the table, but very, very correct. Very good design. The buck that's in third place, I think a ram that just gives up a little bit in terms of that overall balance today. I think he's got some rib shape to him. He's certainly got some depth and volume to that fore rib, depth of that rear flank. He doesn't carry his muscle pattern down quite as low into that hock region when you start to evaluate him from behind. But I think a buck that's really, really correct in his overall makeup. I think a buck that's long down his top and again has got some rib shape. I think he just gives up a few pounds to the bucks that are just ahead of him. The ram that's in fourth place, really good bodied ram. I think he's a functional kind of shape in terms of the way he's built with that rib. I like the way he ties in with the muscle pattern up over his top into his dock region. Again, maybe doesn't tie down quite as low in terms of that muscle pattern. I'd like to clean him up just a notch in terms of his front end and the way he holds, way he sets down on those two front feet. But I think a buck that really good in terms of that overall body type and conformation there. The ram that's in fourth place or fifth place, a real correct ram. I think a ram that's real long bodied. He's got a tremendous amount of rib there. I think he gives up a little bit of balance today to get him up higher in the class. But a nice group here. Let's give him a round of applause.
We've got a heck of a Dorset yearling ewe to start off this class on the fall yearling side. One that I think you step back and you read her as just being really, really long-bodied, extremely proportional in her angle. Still looks like a Dorset, just a ton of beauty in that silhouette. The ewe in second, here's one that I think is just super solid. I mean, she is really good-footed, really well-structured, big in terms of her overall heaviness of constructed. I think one that just is going to go back to the breeding barn and be an extremely valuable piece, yet still has that elegant look from the outside profile. The ewe in third, here's one that I think is patterned really well as far as being eye-catchy and having some appeal. For me, when I read her rib shape, I think she gets deeper in her chest and in her flank. We just like to reverse that, and we like to make her wider track when we view for her from the rear, but one you love from that outside pattern. The one in fourth, this is my kind of sheep. She's big boned, she's square-headed, she's got a lot of thickness and just good pieces. But when we get her on the show ring, I think one that maybe just that starts to work to her disadvantage. She probably just becomes a little bit plainer in relation to the four in front of her. The ewe that rounds the class in five, huge, big barrel type of a ewe, certainly a low maintenance, easy keeping one, one that I think offers some frame and some growth, probably just getting a little over conditioned, doesn't quite balance up from forerib to flank as we'd like to see, but certainly a high quality yearling ewes.
Placing on the class of Dorper Winter Ram Lambs, first place to Davis, 4461B, Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. Second place to Twin Ridges, 25083, Allie Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. Third, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 4, Brody Binkley, Joelton, Tennessee. And 5, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of fitted Poll Dorset fall yearling ewes, first place Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois, with Stunkel, 3851. Second place Quarter Mile Farms, 924, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. Third place Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Fourth, Chestnut Thornton, Monticello, Illinois. And 5, Justine Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. For the Dorpers, we're now showing spring ram lambs. Your next class will be pair ram lambs. For the fitted poll Dorsets, we have spring yearling ewes. Your next class will be fitted early fall ewe lambs.
Got two late springs here in the Dorper show. I think both bucks are pretty high quality. The buck that we're going to start off with today, really a long-bodied buck, a very extended buck from that 13th rib back. A ram that I think he widens up just a tick over our buck that's in second. I think he's got a little bit more muscle development as a result of that. A buck that is very long down that top, very muscular in that loin, certainly quite a bit of width, and he ties in a little bit lower in his muscle pattern. The rib shape, the dimension there in that buck are pretty good. The ram that's in second, real attractive up through that front end. I think a buck that is a little bit smoother shouldered. He just hasn't quite developed in terms of that muscle pattern yet. I think a buck that gives up just a little bit of length and maybe not the balance in terms of rib shape and the muscling that we see in that first place buck. But a nice pair here. Let's give him a round of applause.
Placing on the Dorper class of spring ram lambs, first place to Lazy 5 Ranch 6140H, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place to Lazy 5 Ranch 6141H, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Again, now showing pair ram lambs. Placing on the Dorper class of pair ram lambs, first place to Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. Second place, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Third place, Allie Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. And 4, Carl Ripka, Carlton, Minnesota.
Got a nice set of bucks out here over in the Dorper ring. 8 individuals that I think are very, very sound in terms of their overall structure and makeup. They're balanced bucks, bucks that have a tremendous amount of rib shape. You look down their top, they've got a good muscle pattern. I think a good design as far as that very functional kind of sheep out here. Some of the bucks maybe a little bit more attractive in terms of their overall appearance. Other bucks, I think, a little bit more of that performance type, but I think a really good set of sheep out here, and I think these exhibitors have done a great job. We'll go out and congratulate your champion reserve, but nice set of Dorper bucks out here. Congratulations.
We got ourselves another heck of a set of yearling ewes on the fitted Dorset side. I think there's a pair that are built really similarly in terms of ones that are balanced, sound, have a really nice, feminine, elegant look to that. That ewe lamb, or the yearling ewe that wins this class, I think she does so through the front 1/3 of her body. I think she's aligned just a little bit better. I think she comes out higher at the top side of her shoulder. She's showing in a shorter fleece. I think she handles with just more freshness and honesty down her top, and I think she comes out slightly wider through her hip and to her pins. It's certainly she doesn't have quite that boldness to her cage as that rib in second. I read that one as just being a little bit wider construction throughout, but one that maybe just doesn't quite have that striking pose when you get around the side like that class winner, but one that has so many good pieces. Certainly, I love that ewe a whole bunch, just to get stuck behind an awfully good one in first there. The ewe in third is an interesting one. I think she's built just a little bit boxier and square, and she's got a ton of rib and a ton of bone. When you get her in comparison to the two ewes in front of her, I think she just starts to shorten up in terms of her overall body and frame. Doesn't quite have that striking pose as those two do. The ewe in fourth, this is a big, massive ewe, and there's a lot of good to that sheep. She's still sound for a big old broody ewe. For me, though, a ewe that we just need to trim up and make her fresher in terms of her condition today. The ewe in fifth, this one is just a really good, honest ewe. I think there's a lot of sound pieces in her in terms of the practicality that she brings. For me, though, you get your hands on her, she probably doesn't have quite the overall width down her top. Just not as much of her as the top four placing ewes, but one that's certainly good enough to make this top five lineup. There were a lot of good ewes that went back to the barn after the top five were pulled that were certainly good. So as exhibitors, I commend you for bringing on an awesome set of yearling ewes.
For our Dorper show, our champion ram went to the first place early fall ram lamb, Mills 2004, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan. The reserve champion went to the first place animal out of the winter ram lamb class, Davis 4461B, Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. We're now ready for fall yearling ewes, Dorper fall yearling ewes. Placing on the class of fitted early fall ewe lambs for the polled Dorsets. First place goes to Prim, Scotch Lane 925, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to Nichols Sheep Farm 2421, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Third to Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. 4, Gemma Dorsey, Moro, Illinois. And 5, Ty Hodel, Metamora, Illinois.
We've got a really big, broody type of ewe to start off the fall class, a ewe that's just got so much power. But even with that power, there's still enough ring appeal and elegance in this one. She's got a beautiful breed character on her. Just so many good pieces to love about this one. The ewe in second, here's one that's sort of made like that, just a littler version. I wish she could match that frame and that grow, but I'm okay with her being a little bit smaller because I think she's put together extremely well and she balances extremely well. It might be a little closer between second and third. The ewe in third offers so much more grow and frame and length and extension, but for me, I just read this one at being a little narrower at the ground, a little flatter in her shoulder and forward. We just need to give her more width and a little bit more circumference of bone to compete with those top two ewes. The ewe in fourth is really, really pretty. She's super level. She's really elegant and eye-appealing. For me, we just need to blow her apart. Of these top five, I read her as just being a little bit narrower made and flatter sided. Then the ewe that comes here in fifth, when she's standing still, I think this one gives you a really good read. I think she's awesome from her hip back, probably one of the best in terms of her hip and dock set. She's getting a little bit heavier chested in comparison to her flank and probably just starting to give up a little bit more grow as well, but certainly a fun class of fall ewe lambs. Thanks.
For the Polled Dorsets, our next class will be for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion ewe. Placing on the fitted Polled Dorset early fall ewe lamb class, first place Reynolds Stock Farm 2502, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place Trail Run 2409, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. And 5, Addison Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
Well, this is a whale of a drive for your Dorset yearling ewe on the fitted side for the senior champion. But for me, it's actually quite logical. We've got a fall yearling ewe out here that just hits you pretty hard. Immediately when she walked in the ring this morning, you get back out here, she still has that presence. And she's just a phenomenal female with a ton of length aside, yet still really good on her feet and legs. I love the head on that one. Congratulations, she'll be your champion ewe here on the senior side. It gets closer for your reserve senior champion. We got this yearling ewe who's really good fronted. I love how she comes out with that front 1/3 of her body. She handles like a dream. She's fresh for a yearling ewe, and we've got this really big, burly, solid-footed one that's this fall who offers a tremendous thickness. And so there's kind of some differences in the type there. I guess the one that looks more like that champion that has these extra shouldering things is this yearling ewe on the spring class. She'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Again, we want to remind everyone that the Junior Hampshire Association is sponsoring pancakes this morning for every exhibitor and family member. Those are over at the Associated Registries trailer with the palm trees. So go and help yourselves. Senior champion ewe for the fitted Poll Dorsets goes to the first place fitted fall yearling ewe, Stunkel 3851, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. The reserve senior champion came from the fitted spring yearling ewe class, Scotch Lane 925, Prim, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Now ready for fitted late fall ewe lambs.
Got a nice class of Dorper yearling ewes here in the first class here. I think two ewes that we're starting off with that I think just really show me quite a bit of femininity today. The ewe that we're going to start off with, she sets up real square on all four corners. She's got a tremendous amount of rib shape there, a lot of depth of forerib and depth of rear flank. A ewe that's really long and muscular down her top, and she puts that together with some extension up through that front end. A ewe that is in second place, maybe not quite as a massive ewe in terms of her overall muscle, but I think she certainly has got that rib shape. I like the way she's got the depth of forerib. She continues in terms of that underline, and certainly a ewe that has got some depth of rear flank there. You start to evaluate her down her top, and she's got some muscle up over her top, and certainly very productive in her overall makeup and what she brings to the ring today. A ewe that very feminine in her overall makeup. The ewe that's in third place, really correct in her design. I think a ewe that's got some muscle and composition there. I'd like to see her maybe just a little deeper in terms of that rear flank today. I think a ewe that shortens up just a little bit compared to the two ewes that are in first and second, but a ewe that's real correct in her design, really good in her makeup. Ewe that's in fourth place, another ewe that you appreciate in terms of that rib shape. I think a ewe that's got some extension up through her front end, so shows me quite a bit of femininity there. But a ewe that has a tendency to narrow and pinch just a tad in terms of that rump structure. But I think she's got some really, really great points when we start to look at her from her hip forward. So a real attractive ewe, very feminine in her overall makeup. The ewe that's in fifth place, she's massive. She's got a tremendous amount of rib there, a lot of muscle, a little bit shorter up through that neck region. She's not showing herself off very well today, but a ewe that you appreciate that length of body. You like the depth of forerib, depth of rear flank there. Very correct in her makeup. So nice class here. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the fall yearling ewe class for the Dorper show, first place to Ryan D4523, Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. Second place to Twin Ridges 23602, Allie Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. Third, Peyton Nix, Winoka, Oklahoma. 4, Wiley Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. And 5, Malaya Rapture, Taylorville, Illinois.
We get into this late fall class. I think in this class particularly, I think it was, we just start to pull some structural issues and we start to find some things that maybe don't align in terms of character, but the couple you use at the top of the class are that. I mean, these are the two soundest structured individuals in the class, and the ewe that gets in that front hold does so because I think she just offers a bit more shape and dimension than that ewe in second. I think I read her with more outward turn to her rib. I think she comes out with a wider hip, and I think she tracks a tick wider too. Certainly, we'd like to clean her up in terms of some of that color from a breed character standpoint, but I think one that is extremely good in terms of her profile as well. That ewe in second, you put this one on motion, and I wanted to start with her. I think she's just dead level on the move. She tracks extremely flawlessly in terms of how she gets around the ring. She just doesn't handle with quite the power as that first place ewe. If we could just widen her up a tick out of her hip into her pins, I think she runs really hard for that first place hole. The ewe in third, here's really a tall shouldered one, and I like the elegance that one brings from that standpoint. A ewe for me, I read her as probably just not balancing up with as much length as she does height, and so we need to stretch that one out. We need to change that one's hooves color in terms of her breed character as well. In fourth, this is a long-bodied one that is really a smooth tracking one. For me, she just runs downhill too much. When you put her in go or you stand her still, she needs to be elevated through that front 1/3 of her body. The ewe in 5th, this is one that standing still is really, really good, and she probably handles as good as anything in the class in terms of her top line being really level and smooth, and she's fresh to the touch. She probably just gets a little bit more awkward on the move. She's a little bit longer in that hock and doesn't quite track quite as smooth and flawlessly and athletically as I'd like to see, but certainly a fun class of late fall ewes.
Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the Poll Dorsets. First place to TML 2429, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Second, Quarter Mile Farm 962, Ty Hodel, Metamora, Illinois. Third, Delaney Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. 4, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. And 5, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. We do want to let you know that our promotional sales area is open again. It's located just outside the blue ring. Marie's over there. She says she's wheeling and dealing in prizes today. Also, you can turn in your raffle tickets over there to Marie as well, or buy more. And we want to encourage everyone to go over to the silent auction area in the swine barn. It's kind of hidden in a room over there, and we're worried that people haven't been able to get over there or have forgotten whenever they go there because it's not right out in the open. So please go over and visit silent auction and bid over there.
Well, an excellent set of winter ewe lambs out here. I think we got one that just in terms of complete quality, this is the one that puts everything together, the nicest package. When you get your hands on this one is where she's the most impressive. And I think when you sit back and you analyze her in terms of her proportions of balance, you can read her as having plenty of length of body with still as much width as you'd like to see in a female. Extremely beautiful feminine head on that one. Just so many nice things to lead off with that ewe. The ewe in second matches that femininity. I love the ear shape on this Dorset, the muzzle width and shortness of muzzle. For me, I think she gets a little bit shorter coupled in relation to the balance of her body. She needs to be stretched out from that 13th rib back, especially when we have her in line with that first place ewe lamb. We need to see more of that length. The ewe in third, here's one that in terms of rib shape and design, I really like this one a bunch. I think as a female, she just looks really maternal in terms of her look. I guess for me, she probably doesn't have that overall width, that overall mass, maybe not the circumference of bone as the two ewes in front of her. Consequently, just ends up being just a little bit frailer in relation to those two ewes. The big tall ewe comes in fourth, and there's some neat pieces in this one. She's really out there in terms of her frame, and obviously as a yearling, this one's going to be extra large. I think she's just a little bit tighter in her heart in terms of not having enough internal capacity. I'd like to widen that one out at the ground up to match that, to give her more width to match that frame. The ewe that comes here in fifth, in terms of handle, this one's really good. Straight as a string and really good hipped and level dock. To me, I think she is a little flatter ribbed. Here too, I think she's probably narrower at the ground than we'd like to see. We just need to blow that one apart. But once again, a very good high quality class of winter ewe lambs.
We do have two more exhibitors that have won prizes over at the promotional booth for writing those thank you notes. They're Kinsey Meyer and Nora O'Neill. Also, Marie says she is wheeling and dealing on products and promotional items over there. $30 of product for $15, half price. But if you complain about it, it's going to cost you $50. Placing on the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First to Purple Ribbon Farm, 808, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. Second place, Hilltop Dorsets, 2513, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Third, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. 5 to Ariana Ross, Roanoke, Illinois. For our Pole Dorset show, we're currently showing fitted spring ewe lambs. Your next class will be pair of ewe lambs, followed by our junior champion and reserve junior champion selection.
Really a nice yearling ewe class here, kind of a challenging class. We had a lot of different types out there and trying to pick and choose. I think I like this lineup that we've got here in the top 5. I think very functional kind of sheep. The 2 ewes that we're going to start off with today just really show me quite a bit of good in terms of the femininity and their broodiness. The ewe that we're going to start off with, just a little bit more rib shape, I think a little bit more dimension when we get into that depth of forerib, depth of rear flank. I think she's square up over her hip. I think a really nice ewe here to start off this class with. The ewe that's in second, I think she might be just a notch cleaner through her chest floor, but she gives up a little bit when you get up over top of her. She's really long-bodied. She's really level-hipped, very square in terms of her overall makeup, but just not quite as robust in terms of that muscle pattern. I like her rib shape. I like her depth of body. A really nice ewe there in second place. The ewe that's in third place, really correct in her makeup. I think a ewe that you really appreciate in terms of the straightness of line. She's got some depth of rib, just a little smaller package compared to the 2 ewes that are just ahead of her, but I think a nice ewe there to follow into third. Ewe that's in fourth, very correct in her makeup, good design. She's got some length of body there, some extension. Maybe a ewe that I'd like to see, again, a little bit cleaner through that front, maybe a little bit straighter up over that top line, particularly behind that shoulder. And so I think a ewe that we could correct her there a bit, but I think certainly a good feminine kind of a female, very broody in her overall makeup. The ewe that's in fifth place, a very correct ewe, a very muscular ewe. She's got a lot of dimension there. Really want to clean her up through that chest floor there, clean up that the way that ties into that neck region, but a very good ewe in terms of that rib shape, the depth of rib, the Springer rib, and the dimension up over her hip. So a nice class here. Let's give them a round of applause.
I think this is a fun class to sort. I think the ewe lamb that wins this class does so quite handily in my mind. She's really, really cool on the profile. She's super sharp in terms of her angles and her look. You get your hands on her, and she handles better than anything in the class in terms of levelness and still length of spine. Just a real sharp, classy ewe lamb to let win. The ewe lamb in second, she's really boxy in terms of her build, yet she's still sharp through that front third of her body. And I think putting that together is really unique. I love how square-footed and rugged boned she is, and I think she's still very classy for a female. I think in relation to our class winner, she gets a little bit shorter from forerib to flank, and if we could pull that apart, I think then she starts to compete with that length of body for our class winner. The ewe lamb in third, obviously the highest performing, most rugged appearing female in the class, and maybe in this class it actually works to her disadvantage. I think she looks just a little bit coarser in terms of her front 1/3 of her body, maybe just a little bit heavier fronted and rugged, maybe just rounder appearing than those 2 ewe lambs in front of her. But you got to love her for those things too. So you appreciate the big boneness and her round rib and her thickness that sheep has. The ewe in fourth, this one I think is, as a yearling, is going to be awfully big. She's really tall shouldered. She's still extended and big in terms of her outline. One for me that I don't think she balances all those pieces together quite as nicely. She needs to be stronger behind her shoulder and out of her hip. The ewe lamb in fifth, this one's long-bodied, and I think she's really cool fronted, and she lays in her blade flat to her skeleton. She's the steepest rumped one in the class. It's probably the narrowest track, and we just need to fix those 2 things about her. But a real fun class of spring ewe lambs.
Placing on the Dorper Spring Yearling ewe class, first place goes to Darlington Dorpers 2403, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. Second place to JBJ 2415, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Third place, Wiley Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. 4, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. And 5, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of fitted spring ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets, first place, Bela Crouch, Eureka, Illinois, with Crouch 517. Second place, Quarter Mile Farms 973, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. Third, Bryce Niemeyer, Mulberry Grove, Illinois. 4, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. And 5, Lexi Williams, Bells, Tennessee. Placing on the Dorper pair yearling ewe class, first Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. Second, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Third, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 4, Malie Repsher, Taylorville, Illinois. And 5, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. Placing on the fitted Pole Dorset class of fitted ewe lambs pair, first place to Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. Third, Ty Hodel, Metamora, Illinois. And 4, Justine Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. Attention, Slick-shorn Pole Dorset exhibitors. We're now selecting Junior Champion ewe and Reserve Junior Champion ewe in the Pole Dorset fitted classes. We do have a young flock class, and then we'll go into Slick-shorn early and late fall ram lambs for the Pole Dorsets following that young flock class of fitted Pole Dorsets.
When we get these 6 out here for your junior drive, I think there's we're trying to tie all these pieces together as far as one that's got some show ring presence, beautiful breed character, still is flawless in their skeletal build, and I think the one that does that the best is the Winter. She's going to be your junior champion. I think they'll come back and we're going to use your late fall for your reserve. I love that one's bone and her substance and her width. So many good things to both of them. Congratulations.
Junior champion fitted Pole Dorset ewe goes to our class winner from the Winter ewe lamb class, Purple Ribbon Farm 808, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. The reserve junior champion came from our late fall ewe lamb class, TML 2429, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe.
When we come back with your seniors and juniors for your overall Dorset U, I just want to say I've been extremely impressed with the quality of these females. I mean, they have been good, structured, sound females that still have some body and mass and look to them. So congratulations to you breeders behind these programs for putting this set together. They are darn good, and you ought to be proud of them. With that said, when we got a set of pair of yearling ewes this powerful, this sound, this beautiful, they've got to be your champion in reserve. Congratulations. We'll stick with them.
Grand Champion ewe for the fitted Pole Dorset show is our senior champion ewe. Out of the fitted fall yearling ewe class, Stunkel 3851, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion. Out of the fitted spring yearling ewe class, Scotch Lane 925, Prim, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Now ready for young flock, fitted young flock. Following the fitted young flock class, we will go into our Slick-shorn portion of the Pole Dorset show. Slick-shorn early and late fall ram lambs together in one class will be the one following the fitted young flock class. Placing on the fitted Pole Dorset young flock class, first place to Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. Second place, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third place, Ty Hodel, Metamora, Illinois. And 4, Justine Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. That does conclude our Pole Dorset Fitted show. Now ready to move into our Pole Dorset Slick-shorn show. So again, we're ready for Slick-shorn early and late fall ram lambs.
Well, an interesting set to start off the slick-shorn fall class. I think maybe the combination buck is the buck in first, but not only that is this is the buck who has the most product in him. He's extremely wide and big in his hip. He's got a ton of shape to his leg. He may not be the most explosive in terms of giving you that show ring look. I'd like to tie his blade in neater. I'd like to stamp him out on a larger foot, and that's where that buck in second has the advantage. That one's blade is more aligned with his skeleton. He's big-footed. He's raw. I just need to see more of this buck. I think he's maybe just pushing the envelope in terms of being on the small side for a fall buck. If we could stretch this one out, give him a little bit more grow, I think we run with him. The buck in third, this is the growthy buck, and he's really long bodied. He's got some performance behind him. I'm reading him as just being a little bit tighter in his heart. We just need to pull him apart in terms of his cage and give him more center body, more width from the ground up. But a good fall buck class to start off your Slick-shorn Dorsets.
Placing on the Pole Dorset Slick-shorn early and late fall ram lamb class, first place to Obsession 5562, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. Second to Smith 2504, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. And third place to Micah Haig, Jordan, Montana.
Got a really nice class of fall ewe lambs out here. The ewe that we're going to start off with today, just really a big, bold kind of a female. I appreciate that. She sets down square on all four corners. She's correct in her makeup. She's good in her design. I like the way she moves out pretty free and easy. She's got a lot of depth in her forerib, depth in her rear flank. She looks and handles with quite a bit of length down her top, and then also a tremendous amount of muscle. And I think just really balanced, really level, good design, and nice pattern. The ewe lamb that's in second place, I think she gives up just a notch bit of maturity today. She's really correct in her makeup. She's good in her design, very feminine up through that front end. I appreciate all those things. I just like to see more of her, and I think as she matures, she'll come into that. She's real correct in her overall makeup, really attractive on that side view, and a ewe lamb that's really straight and level down that top. The ewe that's in third, I think, has got an advantage in terms of weight per day of age. She's got more rib shape, maybe a tad more muscle, not quite as nicely balanced as the two ewes that are just ahead of her. She's a little bit lower in that tail set today, maybe not as straight up over that top, but I think the ewe that's really correct in her overall makeup. I like the way she sets down with her feet and legs. She's got a lot of base width, a lot of natural thickness up over her top. I just like to clean her up a notch to give her the pattern that we see up in those top two. She's got more muscle and dimension from behind. When you get back to that dock region, she carries down lower and has got more expression than our lamb that that's in fourth place. The lamb that's in fourth place, really long-bodied, very correct in her makeup. I think if we could just give her a little bit more expression of muscle, maybe clean up that chest floor just a little bit too, I think we'd move her up higher in this class, but really correct, really functional in her overall makeup. The lamb that's in fifth place, very attractive on that side profile. Again, one of the more immature lambs in this class. I like her femininity up through her front end. I think she's correct on all four corners where she sets down. Long-bodied, long-topped, just doesn't have quite the volume of muscle, quite the volume of rib that we see in the ewes that are just ahead of her, but she's built right, and so certainly one to keep an eye on. Nice class here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Placing on the early fall ewe lamb class for the Dorpers, first place goes to Lazy 5 Ranch 5856 Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place to BW3F 428 Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Third place, Allie Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. 4, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. And 5, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri.
Here in the late fall class, we've got a few nice ewe lambs here to start off this class. Maybe some animals that are just a little dissimilar in terms of their type. The ewe lamb that we're going to start off with today, I think, just is a little bit more youthful in her overall appearance. I think she's long and level down her top. She's really good in terms of her overall pattern and design. You get your hands on her, look down that top. She's got plenty of length from that 13th rib back. Plenty of muscularity relative to her frame size. Really correct in her makeup. She sets down square in all four corners. She's got some rib shape there too relative to her stage of growth, and I think is put together really well. The ewe lamb that's in second is a pounds heavy ewe lamb. She's got a tremendous amount of rib, a lot of dimension up over her top. Today she's just a little bit quicker in her kind, maybe not going to have the future growth that we see in that first place ewe, but a ewe that I think from a functional standpoint, she's got a tremendous amount of dimension, a tremendous amount of rib. She's very correct in her makeup, just a little bit more plain on that side profile. The ewe that's in third place, really correct in her design, really good in terms of the way she sets down on all four corners. She's a little bit bolder in that shoulder today, has a tendency to maybe not have as much dimension and thickness up over that top, a little bit lower through that chest floor compared to our ewes that are in first and second, but she ends up there in third. I think a ewe that's pretty long-bodied. She does have some extension up through that front end. Our ewe that's in fourth, another very muscular kind of ewe. She's very sound in terms of that structure. She's got some rib shape to her. Just a little more plain today in that profile. Maybe just a little bit less from that Dorper character. The ewe lamb that's in fifth place, I think a really long-bodied ewe lamb, a very muscular ewe lamb. She has a tendency to open up a little bit more in the point of that shoulder, so I'd like to clean her up just there a tad, make her move off a little bit freer and easier through that front end. Nice class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, we turned up the heat on the Slick Dorset side with this class, and we've got 5 ones that are great out here and a bunch of good ones that went back early. But the class winner, this one, when it walked in, it caught my eye, and really you get your hands on it, and it's the most powerfully constructed one in the class, and walks on extremely smooth and free. So many nice pieces about that one. I like that one a whole bunch. The buck in second, probably the nicest, tightest hided one in the class. Handles with a ton of expression, really big loin and hip in this one, opened up in the center portion of its body. It's probably starting to get just a little bit deeper in terms of its chest floor, especially in relation to that class winner. The buck in third is a long-bodied, more of an extended type of a sheep. I think it offers just a really neat profile. For me, when you view this one from the rear and the three-quarter view, we need to have more lower leg in this one, deepen it up in its twist. The buck in fourth, here's another one that offers a bunch of expression, of muscle. I think it's really raw in terms of its kind right now, really a good-footed buck. A buck for me that at the top side of its cage, we just need to pull that one apart. I read them just getting a little bit flatter in terms of its upper rib cage and not having quite as much rack shape as those that go in front of them. Then the buck that comes fifth, here's one that in terms of basic build and design is really good. I think his shoulder and chest floor is as nice as anything in the class. He's got some expression of muscle. Maybe reading this one is just a little bit shorter and compact. You put him in the move. I think this one starts to round his hip, drop his pins when he's on go, but standing still, you like that one a whole bunch. Thanks for bringing in a good set.
Placing on the late fall ewe lamb class for the Dorpers. First place to Uptown 1428, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Second place to Lazy 5 Ranch 5847, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Third to Vivian Stephenson. Fourth place, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. And 5, McKinley Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. Placing on the Slick-shorn Winter Ram Lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place to Top Gin 2500, Gensley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. Second place, AAA Showstock 0096, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. Third, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. 4, Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois. And 5, Peyton DeWeese, Fort Branch, Indiana. In the white ring, we're currently selecting senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe for the Dorpers. In the blue ring, we're judging spring ram lambs, Slick-shorn Dorset spring ram lambs. Your next class will be pair of Slick-shorn ram lambs. The next class in the white ring, following the selection of our senior champion and reserve, will be January ewe lambs.
Had a nice set of senior ewes out here in the Dorper show between the yearling class, the early and late fall classes. And so we'll go out and we'll pick your champion and reserve. I think a really nice set of ewes out here, and I think a lot of different directions you could go, but I think these ewes are very functional. They're very correct in their makeup, nicely balanced. And so we'll go out and pick your champion and reserve. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
For the Dorper show, our senior champion ewe goes to the first place early fall ewe lamb, Lazy 5 Branch, 5'8", 5'6", Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion was second in that early fall ewe lamb class, BW3 F428, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri.
When your spring slick Dorsets, we've got a class winner that kind of dominates just in terms of power and muscle. You put him on the move, and he's still extremely flawless in terms of that one's build and design. A lot of nice pieces in that one to tie into and let win. The expressively muscled fresh one's in second, and he's certainly later in terms of his maturity pattern. I like this one's shortness of blade. I like how crisp and clean he's built. One that just doesn't match that overall dimension as our class winner. And third, here's one that's got that same build. I think he's designed right. I think on the move, I like this one more than the 4th and 5th place ram, and that's why he gets there. If we could just give him a little bit more stifle and a little bit more lower leg, I think that's his fix. And 4, really a long-bodied, big, bold type of a sheep, extremely square on of his rack. In motion, this one needs to relax his spine when he goes and needs to just tighten everything together in a better balanced package. One that's put together nice is in 5th. I think he's long. I think he's level and smooth. For me, he's just a little bit frailer and narrow at the ground up. We need to blow him apart, give him more power and dimension.
Results from the Pole Dorset Slick-shorn Spring Ram Lamb class. First place to Obsession Showstock 5650, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Second place to Wilfong 25137, Bela Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. Third to Bela Crouch. Fourth to Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. And 5 to Melanie Korth, Blair, Nebraska. Placing on the Slick-shorn Dorset pair of Ram Lambs, first place to Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. Second place, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York. Now showing for champion and reserve champion Slick-shorn Dorset Ram. Your next class will be Slick-shorn yearling ewes class number 1. Those animals born the 7th day of October of 23 through and including the 26th day of December of 23.
Well, your 6-year Ram Dry has been extremely competitive. We get these 6 out here, and I think the choice is awfully difficult, to be honest. I think we've got a pair of Rams that are awfully similar. There's just some give and take between them, and it's really between the winter and the spring buck. The winter one, in terms of body and build, I love this on a whole bunch. I think he is the best handling sheep we've had all day. He's massive topped. He's still pulled apart in terms of his cage. You put him in motion and he handles his skeleton extremely well. Where I have an issue with is his rear pasture, and I think the longer he's out here, the more you put him in motion, the softer he gets on those rear 2 pasterns. As a breeding buck, I think maybe that's just a thing we'd like to fix about that one. The spring buck, in terms of soundness and skeletal build, is every bit as good. I think he's really rugged-footed, and he goes about the ring really smoothly and flawlessly. I love the breed character on that buck, and I think that's important in a Dorset breed. He still handles with enough touch and power. Probably doesn't have quite the overall mass and width as that winter buck, but because of his skeletal build and his structure, he's going to be your champion. The winner will be your reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Slick-shorn Dorset Ram goes to our first place in the Slick-shorn Spring Ram Lamb class, Obsession Showstock 5650, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. The reserve champion was first in the Winter Ram Lamb class, Top Gin 2500, Jinsley Ball, Greenville, Iowa.
Got a really nice January ewe lamb class up here. I think 3 ewe lambs that top out this class. They kind of caught my eye when they came into the ring, when they were moving around the ring, when they were in rear view, side view. I think 3 ewe lambs that just really are put together very well. The ewe that we're going to start off with today, I think she's just got an advantage in terms of that rib shape. She's a little deeper in her fore rib. She's deeper in her rear flank. I think a ewe that's just balanced up really well in terms of that body type. Very correct in her makeup, very good in her design. When she gets out on the move, she's real high-headed and just very feminine up through that front end, and so very nice ewe here to start the class off with. The ewe that's in second, I think very similar in terms of that balance. I think she's got a long top in her. I think she's certainly got some muscle to her. I like to see her carry that muscle pattern down just a notch lower into that hock region, maybe a tad deeper in that rear flank compared to our first ewe, but I think a very comparable ewe in terms of femininity and that front end placement, particularly the way the shoulder lays into that rib cage. The ewe that's in third place, really correct, really complete, very functional. A ewe that's got a lot of rib shape, a lot of dimension up over her top, just a little bit more plain in terms of that front end presentation today. I think a ewe that is really correct in her makeup and very balanced, and certainly one to kind of keep an eye on. The ewe that's in fourth place, very correct the way she sets down on all 4 corners. I like the way she moves out as well. She's just a little bit deeper in terms of that chest floor, maybe not quite as deep in that rear flank, and so I'd like to see her a little bit more balanced in that underline. I'd like to also see her carry that muscle pattern just a little bit more back to that dock region and into that lower leg where she ties into that hock. The ewe that's in 5th place, another ewe that you appreciate in terms of length of body. She has some muscle shape to her. She's maybe just a little bit weaker over her top compared to the ewes that are just ahead of her. The way she positions herself and she moves around the ring, it kind of accentuates that. But I think a ewe that's real correct in her makeup, good in her design in terms of that rib shape, the length of body. She does set down on all 4 corners very well. So nice ewe to round out the top 5. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Placing on the January ewe lambs for the Dorper show, first place to Darlington Dorpers 2502, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. Second place, Davis 4444, Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. Third, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. 4, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. And 5, Macy Martin, Springfield, Missouri. We want to remind Slick-shorn Dorset exhibitors, the Continental Dorset Club would like to remind you of the Slick-shorn policy. Inspections will be taking place prior to you entering the show ring, and the policy will be enforced. The association appreciates your cooperation on this matter.
When you get in your yearling ewe side, I think we just naturally kind of gravitate to the best built one. I think when you get off on this one, she's super fresh in terms of her condition, and honestly, I really appreciate that about her, especially in this top 5 lineup. I think she just looks more attractive in terms of how she's designed. The front 1/3 of her body is the best build. She's tied into her shoulder blade lies tighter into her skeleton. I think she's one of the shorter bladed ewes out here. She's tidier in terms of her chest floor. She's still got plenty of power and mass out here. One that just bounces up from front to rear extremely well. I like that one a whole bunch. In second, I think it's close between second and third. The 1 second, I think in terms of how her neck aligns at the top of her shoulder is better than the one in third. I think she's actually truer and straighter down her top. I think she takes a longer stride off of those rear two. Certainly, I'd like to deepen this one up in terms of her flank, but she's still like really good to the touch and big top type of a sheep with some shape to her leg. The big ewe comes in third, and she's got a lot to her. She's really a powerhouse. She's blowing apart in terms of her cage. For me, we need to realign her front 1/3 of her body. That neck needs to tie in higher at the point of her shoulder. When you put this one in motion, I think she needs to flex more off of her rear hock. She's getting just a little bit tighter, more restricted off the move. But certainly one, when you just stand back and look at her, you really admire for the look that she has. In fourth, this is another one that I think in terms of basic build is really good. I think she's balanced from front to rear. I think her skeleton's aligned right. She's good-footed. But I also think of the top 5, she's probably the lightest muscle. She doesn't have quite the power down her top and into her leg. If you could just blow that one apart, wow, we'd have something really, really there. In 5, this one is that powerhouse. She's extremely expressive from her hip into her pins, a lot of shape to that leg, still good in her underline. For me, though, I think she's getting a little lower fronted, a little bit rounder in terms of her appearance, especially when you put that one in motion, but a lot of nice pieces in that one as well. Thanks for bringing in a good set.
Placing on the Slick-shorn yearling ewe class for the pole Dorsets, this is class number 1. First place to Obsession Showstock 4309, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. Second place, Balfons 5019, Zoe Johnson, Sycamore, Illinois. Third, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. 4, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. And 5, Peyton DeWeese, Fort Branch, Indiana.
Really nice class of ewe lambs out here. We're going to start with ewe lamb that I think she's just really complete, really correct in her overall makeup, very balanced, a long strided type of ewe lamb. She sets up square in all four corners. Tremendous amount of length down her top. I think she opens up just a notch more in terms of her dimension up over her top. She's a little deeper in her ribs. She's boulder sprung, and yet she's still very, very attractive and nicely patterned on that side profile. A long-bodied ewe, a really level top type of ewe. The ewe that's in second, I think, gives up just a tad bit of length of body today to our first place ewe. She's really correct in her makeup. She's good design, the right kind of pattern in that side profile. I just like to extend her out a notch, give her a little bit more length of top and length of underline, but I think a really nice ewe there in second place. I think she's a little bit leveler, a little bit straighter, especially when you get back to that dock region compared to our ewe that's in third place. Our ewe that's in third place, I think a really attractive ewe, very extended up through that front end. She's long down her top. She lays in neat from that shoulder blade into her rib. She's got a nice uniform underline there. I'd like to stouten her up just a little bit and lift her up in that tail head just a tad. She's cleaner fronted though and more feminine than our ewe lamb that's in fourth place. Ewe lamb that's in fourth place, she's kind of deep in her chest. I think a deeper bodied ewe at this stage of the game, and maybe not quite as nicely balanced as the ewes that are just ahead of her. She's got some muscle to her, she has some dimension, but I'd like to see her maybe just a little bit better balanced to get her up into the top end of this class. The ewe lamb that's in fourth place or fifth place, really correct. Really muscular kind of a ewe lamb. When you get down on top of her, she has more shape probably at the top of her shoulder and rack, but just a little bit more plain in that side profile. Not quite as feminine as what we see in the ewes that are just ahead of her. So I've got her fifth, but a nice class here. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Dorper show, first place, Darlington Dorpers, 2504, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan. Second place, Uptown, 1431, Meyer Lambert of Laclede, Missouri. Third, Colton Wilfong, Warm Springs, Virginia. 4, Allie Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. And 5, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin.
What a great set of yearling ewes we got in the second class. A female that wins this class. Obviously, she's certainly high catching from the outside of the ring, but most impressively, when you get your hands on her, she's extremely big top, big pinned, and just so much dimension at every angle you look at her. I love the underline on that one, too. I think she's about ideal from her chest floor into her flanks, just that swooping rib shape. Just a super beautiful type of a female. The ewe in second, she's really bold in her makeup. I think she's got a really neat outward turn to her cage. I think she's got plenty of meat and power to her. You put this one in motion, and she looks every bit as good as that class winner. And as far as carrying her skeleton right and being good on her feet and legs, the one that's just a slightly longer version of that one in second comes next in third. And she's got that at its stretch and still a little taller fronted. For me, though, I read her as not having quite that outward turn to her cage. I think she tends to be just a little bit flatter made in terms of that makeup, and that's really why she falls into that third hole. A really cool one comes next in fourth, and this one's she's got some shape to her legs. She's really big-footed, an extreme amount of shag on that one, and still a good Dorset breed character. For me, she probably she doesn't handle with quite the expression down her top. She's a little thicker-hided one that doesn't have quite the freshness to touch as those that go in front of her. In fifth, this one's really neat as far as her makeup. I think her balance and build is really good. I think her underline's really good. For me, she shortens up from her hip back. She tends to get just a little bit shorter from that 13th rib back. Doesn't have quite the extension to push her pin set wider. And so consequently, there's just not as much out there from the back two-thirds of that one's body. But really a fun class of yearling ewes to sort. Thank you.
Exhibitors, we do welcome you to use the feed cart and the 3 hand carts that were provided here at the All-American by the Hall family. But once you have finished, we ask that you please take them back to the bottom of the junior barn, close to the entrance into the promotional items area and the promotional display area once you finish with that feed cart and the hand carts. placing on the Class 2 yearling ewes of Slick-shorn Dorsets. First place to Purple Haven Farm, 24110, Gensley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. Second place, Grandview, 2428, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Third, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York. 4, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. And 5, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York.
For your March ewe lamb class here, we've got a nice set of ewe lambs here in that top end. I think the ewe lamb that, 2 ewe lambs that we're going to start off with that are very correct, very nicely balanced in terms of what they bring to the ring, both pretty free moving. The ewe lamb that we're starting off with, just a very feminine type of a ewe. I think a ewe that's got some depth of ribs, some depth of rear flank there. I appreciate her underline. I like her straightness down her top, a lot of rib shape there, and certainly some muscle, and very, very correct in her overall makeup, very feminine. I think the ewe that's in second place, she's equally as feminine, very extended up through that front end, maybe a little cleaner through her chest floor today, but a ewe that's a little easier in her top. She doesn't carry down that muscle pattern quite as low into that leg region, tying into that hock. Very long-bodied, big-ribbed, a lot of depth of rear flank there. I appreciate that, and a very attractive ewe on that side profile, but nice ewe to follow in second. The ewe that's in third place, really complete, really correct. She's a big, bold, sprung kind of a ewe. I think she gives up a little bit of length today, the top two ewes. I'd like to maybe clean her up just a notch through that front end and through that chest floor, but she's sound, she's functional, she's very balanced. The ewe that's in fourth place, a long-bodied ewe, a ewe that's got some rib shape to her, a little bit bulky up in that chest floor. I'd like to clean her up through that breast region. So a ewe that has a tendency to maybe run a little bit downhill. I appreciate the fact that she's got some length and she's got some rib shape there, but I just want to clean her up in terms of that balance. The ewe that's in fifth place, I think just a little bit more immature today. She's set up square, she's balanced. She's got some rib to her. She just doesn't have as much pounds today. I think just a little bit more time on feet, a little bit more maturity, and she'd work her way up in this class. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Placing on the Dorper March ewe lamb class, first place to BBB Binks Family Farm, 1396 Brody Binks, Jolton, Tennessee. Second place to Darlington Dorpers, 2512 Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. Third, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 4, also Vivian Stephenson. And 5, Julia Ripka, Carlton, Minnesota. On the white ring, we're showing Dorper pair of ewe lambs. That'll be followed by our junior champion, reserve junior champion ewe selection, and then overall grand and reserve grand champion ewe selection. On the Slick-shorn Dorset ring, the blue ring, we're currently showing class number 3 of our Slick-shorn yearling ewes. Your next class will be Slick-shorn pair of yearling ewes, followed by the Slick-shorn early fall and Slick-shorn late fall ewe lamb classes, and then we'll select a senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe.
Another great class of high-quality females on this yearling ewe side. I think, once again, kind of the combination female leads this class. A ewe that, in terms of having a ton of product and power behind her with a maternal look, is this ewe. I don't think she blows you away in terms of the amount of volume and internal rib that she has, and there's others that have more, but I think she's truly adequate. Most importantly, she's super good when you put this one in motion. Carries her skeleton build really well. You view her from the three-quarter view, and she's got probably more shape from that leg and hind leg than anything in the class. I like those things about her. In second, this one too is a really tall-shouldered, extended one. I think she's extremely neat up through that front one-third of her body. Really beautiful. For me, though, she just runs short in terms of muscle when you compare her to that class winner, especially when you view her from the rear. Probably doesn't walk out with as much width off of her rear, too, as that class winner as well. The ewe in third, here's that soft-sided one that's got a really neat maternal look. She's really square built. for me, when you put this one in motion, I think she tends to drop behind her shoulder. I don't think she carries her skeleton quite as crisp and level as the other two. She tends to just get a little bit shorter in terms of her overall frame size as well. The ewe in fourth, a lot can be said the same as I said with the ewe in third. This one too has got a big old massive amount of capacity. I think she's going to be a tremendous brood ewe. She's got a beautiful Dorset hide on her. I think she's got enough muscle. For me too, she probably just gets a little bit rounder in her appearance, doesn't have quite the crispness and the eye appeal of those other ewes. The ewe in fifth, here's one that's made really, really neat. I think she's a more compact version of what our class winner looks like, but she gets a little bit shorter fronted. I like to extend her through that front 1/3 of her body, just blow her apart in terms of her overall mass. But thanks for bringing on a nice class.
Placing on class number 3 of our Slick-shorn yearling ewes for the Pole Dorset Show. First place to Johnson Family Showstock 24099, Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to Silversmith 24101, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Third place, Kinsey Menon, Logansport, Indiana. 4, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. And 5, Caitlin Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. Placing on the Dorper pair of ewe lambs, first place to Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Second, Allie Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. Third place, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 4, Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. And 5, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. In the blue ring, entering, we have Slick-shorn Early Fall ewe lambs. Slick-shorn Early Fall ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets in the blue ring. Over in the white ring, we're now selecting Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion Dorper ewe. Placings on the Slick-shorn Pole Dorset pair of yearling ewe class. First place, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. Second, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Third, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York. 4, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. And 5, Bela Crouch, Eureka, Illinois.
Here for your junior champion, you in the Dorper division. We've really got 6 very functional females out here, really correct in their makeup, really good balance kind of ewes, and I think ewes that, in addition to those production traits that we look at, certainly do have a presence in the ring. They're very attractive on the side profile and feminine up through their front ends. And so we'll go out and pick your champion and reserve, number of different directions you could go, but I think there's a couple of ewes that just kind of resonate with me today, and we'll select those 2 females and move on for our champion overall.
For our Dorper show, our junior champion ewe goes to the first place January ewe lamb, Darlington Dorpers, 2502, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. The reserve junior champion was our class winner from the March ewe lamb class, BBB, Binks Family Farm, 1396, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee.
We've got a real nice place to start in this late fall class, or your early fall class. I think a ewe lamb, you put this one in motion, you sort of fall in love with her, and you prop her up on the profile. This one's underlines are really nice in terms of uniformity to forerib to flank, and still handles with enough product and power. Just a lot of good in that one. It's awfully close, and there's some give and take between second and third. And I realize we've got a longer sided one, a little bigger outline. She just handles with more shape down her top. She's really big loined, extremely expressive in terms of her muscle shape. I'd like to pull this one apart in terms of her cage and at the base of her build. If we could do that, then I think she logically falls into second, but it gets awfully close there. And third, here's the one that has a little bit more shape in terms of her outward turn to her cage. I think she just gets a little bit shortened up in terms of her overall build, a little rounder in her appearance. Doesn't have quite the width down her loin as that ewe in second. The ewe in fourth, here's another really big, high-performing type of a sheep that I think has a lot of production-oriented traits in her. She's got some rib. I read her as just being a little bit flatter made in terms of her rib shape and her muscle pattern. I'd just like to see more shape there, but certainly a good class of four-fall ewe lambs.
Placing on the Slick-shorn early fall ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First place to BEC Club Lambs 2502, Elizabeth Perogowitz, Lisbon, Ohio. Second place to Dorsets and Daylilies 452F Lane Wilfong, Warm Springs, Virginia. Third, Peyton DeWeese, Fort Branch, Indiana. And 4, Micah Haig, Jordan, Montana.
Really nice Dorper show this morning, and in this champion drive for the females, I think 4 females that are just really top notch, really high quality ewes, very, very balanced, very correct in their overall makeup and design. They've got muscle, they've got rib shape, they put it together in a real attractive package on that side profile. Very feminine, very broody in terms of their overall makeup, and I think we even will look at the lambs, they've got plenty of volume there and still a lot of future. So we'll go out and we'll pick your champion in reserve, but a nice set of females out here. Congratulations.
Well, this senior drive has been a lot of fun to sort with these females. I think we get these out here, and it's an exceptional set. And then ringside, you ought to be proud as breeders and parents of these exhibitors. I'm extremely impressed with these individual ewes out here. Phenomenal in terms of their build, their design, still packed full of punch, pack a punch full of muscle, and really they still look like Dorsets for the most part. And we're putting that combination together to find your senior champion out here. I think there are 2 that separate themselves out that do that the best. I'm going to show you who I like, but let's hear a round of applause and give these kids a round of thanks.
For our Dorper show, our grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe out of the early fall ewe lamb class. Lazy 5 Ranch, 5856, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion out of that same class, BW3F 428, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. For the Slick-shorn Dorset show, our senior champion ewe was from the Class 2 yearling ewe class, Purple Haven Farm 2410, Gensley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. The reserve senior champion came from Class 1 of our yearling ewes, Obsession Showstock 4309, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. Now ready for Slick-shorn late fall ewe lambs. Placing on the class of Dorper Young Flock, first place Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. Second, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Third place, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 4, Allie Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. And 5, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. Currently showing best for head of ewes in the Dorper ring. Your next class will be market lambs. There is a market lamb class in the Dorpers. Following that, we'll go into our white Dorper show with early fall ram lambs. Placing on the best for head of ewes for the Dorper show, first, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Second place, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Third, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. Fourth, to Julia Ripka, Carlton, Minnesota. And 5, McKinley Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. Now need that market lamb class in the ring.
We get into your late fall class. I think we've got one that rises to the top as being just really neat made. She's really sharp through her front end, extremely good in terms of how her blade lies into the top side of her skeleton, yet she's expressive and her muscle pattern is still fresh to the touch. Probably one of the best handling ewes in my mind in this class. The ewe in second is really complete. In motion, I think this one's impeccable. I think the levelness of her spine is really good. I think she's still shapely enough in her hip. Where I'd like to change her is I'd like to give her just a tick more center body and loosen her up in her flank in relation to where her chest floor is to make her balance better. The ewe in third, this one really catches your eye when she walks in the ring, and she's extremely fancy made, and she's really shapely in terms of her leg shape. One for me that I think we'd just like to tie her neck higher at the point of her shoulders. She tends to get a little bit lower fronted and consequently won't run uphill quite as much as we'd like to see. The ewe in fourth is a little bit different speed here. She's a little bit boxier in terms of her build, but a ewe that's packed full of muscle, probably has more lower leg and stifle than anything in the class. I just like to stretch her out just a bit and extend her through the front third of her body. The ewe in fifth, here's one that's really round-bodied, and she's big-topped and just has a lot good things going to her. put this one in motion. I just like to change her alignment out of her rear hog. She tends to take a choppier step when out on the move. She needs to stride just a little bit more athletically when we put that one in motion, but certainly a high-quality class of late fall ewes.
Placing on the late fall ewe lamb class for the Slick-shorn Dorset show. First place goes to Silversmith, 24110, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas. Second place to Nichols Sheep Farm W, 2435, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Third, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. 4, Derek Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. And 5, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. White Dorper exhibitors, white Dorper exhibitors. Please note we're on the final class of Dorpers, the market lambs. You will begin after them in the white ring with early fall ram lambs. Early fall ram lambs should be in the makeup area for the white Dorper.
Nice class of Dorper market lambs here. I think we've got 2 individuals that we're going to start this class off with that are market ready, and I think when we start to evaluate them, they've got the right amount of finish at this stage of the game. They also are probably the heavier weight lambs in the class. I think they're correct in their makeup. They're good in their design. They're big, bold rib kind of sheep that have got a tremendous amount of volume there. The lamb that we're starting off with, you get your hands on him. He's really shapely over the top of that shoulder. He opens up in his rack. He's the widest, the deepest in his loin, the squarest in that hip, and I think he just carries down to a nice muscle pattern into that hock region. I think a lamb that's really put together well. The lamb that's in second, maybe a little trimmer middle kind of a lamb that just gives up a little bit in terms of that overall muscle, but still a powerhouse. I mean, it's a tremendous amount of dimension up over his top, a nice deep loin there. I think he's got an advantage in terms of a rack and shape to that rack over our lamb that's in third place. The lamb that's in third place, really attractive on that side profile. I like the length of body. I like the overall trimness. A lamb that just gives up some muscle right behind that shoulder, doesn't really open up or explode in that rack the way I want to see. I like him. I think he's level, he's strong. He's probably a little bit lighter weight today than the few lambs that are ahead of him, and a little bit more time on feed, so not quite there. The lamb that's in fourth place, another lamb that's real correct in his makeup. He's good in his design. He's long down his top. Just gives up a little bit of weight per day of age. He's not quite as heavy. He's not quite as far along in that growth curve and needs a little bit more time at the feed bunk. Lamb that's in fifth, long-bodied lamb. I think a lamb that's pretty correct. Again, probably one of the lighter muscled lambs in this class. He just doesn't have the width and dimension over his top and needs a little bit more time on the feed. Nice group of lambs here. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placings on the Dorper Market Lamb class. First place to Lazy 5 Ranch, 6145H, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. That lamb weighing 127 pounds. Second place to Lazy 5 Ranch, 6146H, lamb weighing 123, also Vivian Stephenson. Third place, McKinley Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. 4, Jess Fought, Auburntown, Tennessee. And 5 to Wiley Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. That does conclude our Dorper show. We'll go right into white Dorpers at this time. Again, we want to remind folks that it's half-price sale with the promotional materials that Marie has over at the table, just to my right outside the blue ring. We also have some thank you winners: Bryson Walpe, Emma Thompson, Emmett Olzowski, and Brianna Moeller. You can pick up your prizes over there with Marie as well right now. Also, we want to let folks know the Great Lakes Regional Dorper and White Dorper Show will take place August 16 right here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. You can contact either Chris Kreider or Jim Davis for more information. Again, that's August 16 for the Great Lakes Regional Dorper and White Dorper Show.
when you get into your winter ewe lamb classes, and certainly a bunch of quality in this class from top to bottom. But a few females that I think at the top of the class are starting to put together the most best things in the best package. In terms of structural design, this one hits you pretty hard when she comes in, and you get your hands on her, and she is the best touching one in the class. Really wide loin, and I think that's where she has the true advantage over that ewe in second. There's just more meat animal shape in this one, and that's why she needs to win. The ewe in second, I think from a maternal standpoint, I like the way this one just props up. I think she's got this really neat swooping rib shape to her. I think she's extremely feminine about her head and neck, but probably just doesn't fill your hand with near the rack and loin shape as our class winner does. The ewe in third is probably another power sheep in my mind. She's got a really big, wide hip in her with a ton of shape to her leg and a lot of center body mass. For me, though, I think she's just getting a little bit softer and rounder in comparison to those two in front of her. The ewe in fourth is extremely sharp. I think this one's really neat made and balances well and is a super sound sheep. For me, though, she just runs out of muscle when we start comparing those that go in front of her. We need to have more power on that sheep to make her place higher. The sheep in fifth is just a really solid one in my mind in terms of one that balances up good, and she's got some rib and some dimension. For me, though, she's probably just getting a little bit softer, a little bit rounder appearance. Doesn't have quite that drive and that show ring presence as those top placing ewes do, but thanks for bringing them in.
Now showing Slick-shorn Winter Ewe Lamb Class 2 for the Slick-shorn Poll Dorsets. This is Class 2 of the Winter Ewe Lambs. Placing on Class 1 of our Slick-shorn Winter Ewe Lambs. These animals born 12/1 through and including January 31. First place to Grandview 25011, Emma Hagg, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Second place, Obsession Showstock 5574, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Third, Kinsey Menon, Logansport, Indiana. 4, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. And 5, Guliana Izzo, Medina, Ohio.
Got a nice set of early fall bucks. The buck that we're going to start off with today just really has a commanding presence when he comes into this ring. He is a massive buck. He's stout. He's rugged in his overall makeup. You evaluate him from the front end. He sets down really wide at the ground. He's wide through his chest floor. He tracks off wide behind. He's got a lot of rib shape and a lot of dimension there. He's a pounds heavy buck in this class, but a whole lot of good in terms of how he's put together. The buck that's in second, I think a real attractive buck, maybe a tad more youthful appearing buck. I like his length of body. I like his extension up through his front end. I think he sets down real square on all four corners. He just gives up a little bit of width, a little bit of mass today compared to our first place buck. He's got some nice muscle shape in his hind end. I appreciate that. Maybe a little bit more expressive from that standpoint, but I'd just like to see a little bit more of him to get him up into that first place position. But a really nice pattern buck. He's deep rib, deep in his rear flank, and really, really well balanced. The buck that's in third place, I think he's pretty correct. He's pretty complete. He's got some muscle to him when you get up over top. He's got some rib shape. Just a little bit more plain of a package this today. Not quite as attractive in terms of his overall look and balance there, but I think a buck that's certainly above average and kind of fits into that position. The ram that's in fourth place, a ram that's super long-bodied. I appreciate this. I like the way he comes out from that 13th rib back and the extension that he has. He's kind of put together, though, a little bit awkwardly in terms of that top line and the way he moves. He's a little bit more tucked up in that rear flank, and so I'd like to see him just with a little bit more rib shape, maybe straighten him up off that top just a tick. The lamb that's in fifth, I think a buck lamb that you appreciate in terms of muscle. He's got some shape in his hip, but again, not quite as nicely balanced today. A little bit lower set in terms of that top line. Buck that doesn't move off as free and easy as the bucks that are just ahead of him, and maybe not as cleaned up through that point of the shoulder. But a good set of bucks out here. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Placing on the White Dorper Early Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to Willow Creek Ranch, M632, Wiley Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. Second place to Zermino 1487, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Third, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 4, Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. And 5, William Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio.
Got a nice class of late falls here. The buck that we're going to start off with today, I think, just handles the ring in terms of his movement a tick better. He's good up through his front end. I appreciate that. I think he's laid into eat in terms of his shoulder and the way he moves off on the front end. He's got some depth of forerib, depth of rear flank, some muscularity up over his top. I think just a good, sound, high-performing kind of buck. A buck that's in second place, very muscular buck. I appreciate that down his top. Maybe not quite as nicely balanced, maybe not quite as deep in terms of that forerib. Buck that I'd like to flatten just a notch in terms of his shoulder when he's on the move, but I think a buck that you do appreciate in terms of the muscle that he brings to the ring. The buck that's in third place, another very muscular buck, a buck that just kind of opens up in that shoulder just a little too much when he's on the move. He has a tendency to paddle out just a tick. So I've got him there in that third place position. I do appreciate his length down his top and his muscle expression there. I just want to see him move just a little bit better.
Results from the late fall Ram Lamb class for the White Dorpers. First place, Twin Ridges, 24380, Allie Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. Second place, Deering Farms, 2502, William Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio. Third place to Logan Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio.
I think maybe one of the more challenging top pairs to sort we've had so far today in this, but we get in this winter ULAM class. I think the added presence that this one brings onto the ring is extra special. She's really neat on the move. She holds her top line together perfectly well. When you handle her from her hip into her hip loin junction through her hip, I think she's just a little smoother and fuller from there on out. I will say that ewe in second probably gives us just a little bit more outward turn to her cage. I think she's more pulled apart at the base of that rib floor, and I think there's probably just more overall width in that sheep. Probably just doesn't tie it all together in quite of as neat of a package as our class winner, but certainly a darn good one in her own right too. In three, a really upstanding tall fronted one who gives us a heck of a good look. I read this one as being just a little bit flatter in terms of her proportion. I'd like to pull that cage apart, give her a bit more shape and dimension. In 4, this one's really neat, and obviously a little bit later in terms of her maturity pattern, one that's extremely shapely when you view her from the rear. One for me that I just like to pull apart, maybe just getting a little bit shorter coupled here today. In 5th, this one too is extremely shapely in terms of her leg shape. I think she's still feminine and sleek through her front end, really neat and tidy up through her chest floor. One for me, though, it is rounder on of her pins, and we just needed her to take a longer, more fluid stride when on the move, but really a great class. Congratulations.
Got a nice class here in the late falls. Buck that we're going to start off with just kind of commands the ring today. I think a buck when he walked in certainly caught my eye. Super long bodied, very correct in his makeup, good in his design, the way he moves out. He sets down on all 4 corners, very, very, very good. You get your hand on him or you look over his top, he's really well balanced in terms of his muscle pattern. He opens up behind that shoulder into his rack, into his loin. He's nice and wide. He's wide in that hip and he carries it down low. So just really, really balanced and attractive from that side profile. So a really nice buck to start this class off with. The ram that's in second, I think an equal buck in terms of that rib shape and that dimension. He's a real level-topped kind of a ram. He's a pretty easy mover in terms of how he takes a stride and a step. He just doesn't have quite that overall presence on that side profile today as what we see in that first place buck. Maybe not the extension up through the front, maybe not the length from the 13th rib back, but he's square, he's sound, he's functional. I like his muscle pattern. He's long and thick in terms of that muscle design, and I think a real good buck to fall into second place position. The ram that's in third, by far the most expressive in terms of muscle. He's just really got a tremendous amount of thickness up over his top. He's square in that hip. He's expressive in that leg muscle. He's got a lot of rib shape. The one thing that I would criticize him on is he's just a little bit shorter from that 13th rib back. He doesn't have quite the elevation or the length of body or extension that we see in the 2 bucks that are just ahead of him, and so that's why he fits there in that 3rd place position. The buck that's in 4th place, I think he's correct in his overall makeup and design. He's just a pounds light buck today. He doesn't have quite the growth curve behind him yet. I think that will come with time. He's correct in his makeup. He's got some rib to him. He just gives up quite a bit of pounds today to the bucks that are just ahead of him. So nice class here. Let's give him a round of applause.
Results from our blue ring with the Poll Dorset Slick-shorn Winter Ewe Lamb class number 2. First place to Nichols Sheep Farm W 2525 Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to Grandview 25021 Emma Haig, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Third, Jinsley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. 4, Katie Walkington, Bristol, Wisconsin. And 5, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the Winter Ram Lamb class in the white ring for the White Dorpers. First place to Uptown, 1053, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Second, Twin Ridges, 25070, Wiley Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. Third, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. And 4, Logan Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio. Again, we want to remind everyone about the silent auction booth. That silent auction table is a major fundraiser for the All-American, and you can find it over in the swine barn in a room just down from the main office there. Please go over and visit it. It's kind of in a secluded place, and we're worried that it's not getting a lot of traffic. Also, we want to remind you, Marie is over at the table just outside the blue ring. She's running a half-off special of all promotional items that we have to sell. And if you had wool that was on display in the promotion room, or you had promotion items, posters, photos, etc., you can pick those up at this time.
Got a nice February buck class here. Two rams at the top of the class that are comparable in terms of their structure, their design. They set down wide. They've got length at top. They've got rib shape to them. I think the buck that we're starting off with today, just a nice balanced buck. I like the way he's put together up through his front end, through his chest floor. I think a buck that's got some width in his chest floor, a nice rib there. He's deep in that rear flank. You get down over the top of him, and he certainly has some muscle starting at the top of his shoulder into his rack. He's wide and square in that loin and certainly into that dock region as well. So just a nice complete ram, a good muscle shape and a good pattern. The buck in second might be a tick longer bodied when you evaluate him. He doesn't carry his muscle pattern down quite as low into that lower leg. He certainly got it up top, but I'd just like to see him maybe just a little bit more consistent with that pattern and have a little bit more muscle there in that lower leg region. He's got a lot of rib shape. He's certainly deep in his forerib, deep in his rear flank there. He's a pretty easy moving buck. He's just not as nicely balanced as the buck that we have in first. The buck that's in third place, really correct, really complete. A guy that just gives up a little bit of length today. Doesn't have quite the extension that we see in the two bucks that are just ahead of him. He's really correct in his makeup. He's good down his top. I think he's got more muscle and more dimension, particularly into that hip region, than what we see in our buck there in fourth place. Our buck in fourth place, I think, just gives up a little bit of maturity today. He's correct in his makeup. He's straight down his top. Those are positive things. I think a little bit more time for growth and on feed, and he'll start to bloom. So nice group here. Let's give him a round of applause.
Placing on the spring ram lamb class for the White Dorpers, first place to Davis, 43.54. Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. Second place, Lazy 5 Ranch, 6985H, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Third to Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. And 4 to Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Now showing White Dorper pair ram lambs. That'll be followed by the champion and reserve champion ram class.
On to your next class of winners, Slick-shorn Dorsets. I think we got a class winner that handles this one quite easily. So much good in this one, so much turn to her top, and you get off of her and she still reads with plenty of rib and femininity. That's just a powerhouse of a ewe lamb. The ewe in second is kind of opposite of that, honestly. This one's really elegant in terms of her makeup. Extremely well designed. In motion, I love this one a whole bunch. You view her from the rear and you study from the ground up. She just needs to have more thickness to match that frame, but her skeletal build's awesome. The ewe in third, she's extremely square and big in her rack. She's got a lot of product running down her top. For me, though, I think she needs to balance up from front to rear a little bit better. She needs to travel just a little bit more smooth when you put that one in motion. And four is a really good structured one. In addition to that, she's big-bodied, she's bold, she's sleek-necked. For me, though, she's the long-bladed sheep that gets a little bit heavier through the front one-third of her body. And fifth is actually kind of a complete sheep, a sheep that I think just kind of gravitates to this top five lineup because she doesn't have a hole. But for me, she needs to have more show ring presence. She needs to just have more meat animal turn down that top line in order for her to compete higher in this class. But congratulations for an awesome set of ewes.
For the Slick-shorn Polled Dorset show, our next class will be Slick-shorn Spring Ewe Lambs, class number 1, class 1. Placing on the white Dorper pair of Ram Lamb class, first place to Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Second place to Wiley Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. Third, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 4, William Deering, Fraserburg, Ohio. And 5, Logan Deering, Fraserburg, Ohio. Placing on class number 3 of our Slick-shorn Winter Ewe Lambs for the Polled Dorsets. First place to AAA Showstock 0095, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. Second place, Balfons 5281, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Third place, Hannah Hepner, Colfax, Illinois. 4, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 5, Hayes Klotz, Richmond, Indiana.
It's a really nice set of white Dorper Rams out here for your champion ram drive, and I think a high quality set of bucks. They're balanced, they're correct, they're good design. They've got plenty of rib, plenty of muscle to them. I think they certainly move around the ring, so very functional kind of sheep. A lot of different things that I like about them. I think as we go through this class, there's certainly some personal preferences when I go to pick the champion in reserve. But I think a really good set of bucks out here, and I think these individuals should be very proud what they displayed.
For our White Dorper show, our champion ram goes to our first place early fall ram lamb, Willow Creek Ranch, M632, Wiley Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. The reserve champion was second in that early fall ram lamb class, Zermino 1487, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri.
Really a fun class of spring ewes to start here. I think that the top pair are made very similarly in terms of their design, and they're extremely fresh. And I like where they are in terms of their maturity pattern here today. The ewe lamb that wins, though, I think she's more pulled apart at the top side of her cage. She's bigger loined and racked than that ewe in second. So in just terms of meat animal shape, I think that's the one we need to go ahead and tie into and let win. The ewe in second kind of follows that same flawless structure and build. She gets about the ring really well, and she's still made perfectly in terms of her underline and shape and balance. You like all those things about her. The ewe in third is kind of the big bold sheep of the class, and she is the probably the pounds heavy one here. One that I think is just getting a little bit heavier at the front 1/3 of her body, a little bit bolder at the point of the shoulder. Just like to sleek her up there. The one in fourth is a neat sheep for me. I think she's really, really cool in terms of her ring presence. I think she has an extremely shapely leg. One for me that I think does get a little shorter coupled throughout. We just like to stretch her out. The ewe in fifth here too is one that I think in terms of structural correctness and levelness of lines is made very good. I read her as just being a little bit narrower at the ground, doesn't have quite the overall expression of muscle, especially into her leg shape that we'd like to see, but a very high quality class of spring ewe lambs.
Placing on the Slick-shorn spring ewe lamb class, number 1 for the Pole Dorsets, first place to Lake Farm, 25271, Chloe Lake, Cambridge, Ohio. Second place, Scotch Lane Farm, 1009, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Third place, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. 4, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. And 5, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois.
Nice class of fall yearling ewes here, and I think really there's some differences as we go down this lineup. There weren't a lot of numbers here, but we've got one ewe that just really sorts herself to the top. She's a powerful ewe. She's correct in her design. She's balanced. She's put together extremely well. She shows me a lot of femininity up through that front end, and she puts that together with some productivity. I mean, the depth of rib, the depth of rear flank. She's got some muscle there, a tremendous amount of quality in this ewe, and I think a ewe that's correct in terms of her cover and her condition. The ewe that's in second place, a really attractive ewe on that side profile. She's got some extension up through her front end, very feminine in her makeup. She's maybe not as stout featured today as our first place ewe, but she's certainly a good design ewe. She's good and level down her top. She's square in her hip. She certainly has some depth of rib and depth of rear flank, and I think really just nicely balanced, and I appreciate that. I like her up through her front end and particularly through her chest floor. The ewe that's in third place, a little bit shorter coupled today, a ewe that's got a tremendous amount of rib, a lot of muscle there, but she's a little bit deeper in that chest floor, and particularly when she moves out, she just wants to drop her front end a notch, and so I want to kind of lift her up out of that hole a bit to get her up higher in the class. But she is a stout ewe, and she's got a tremendous amount of product there. The ewe that's in third has got a little bit more length of body from that, or fourth, a little more length of body there from that 13th rib back than our ewe that's in third. She's really good in terms of the way she sets down on the ground. I just like to see her a little bit better balanced. She's got some depth of forerib, maybe not quite as deep in that rear flank or not quite as deep in terms of that muscle pattern when you get behind her, but I think a ewe that's really correctly made in terms of that length of body and the way she sets down on all four corners. The ewe that's fifth place, another attractive ewe. She's long-bodied. She's good and feminine up through that front end. Again, not maybe quite the right view in terms of that underline. She's not as deep as some of the ewes that are just ahead of her. She's not as deep in that rear flank. She's long-bodied, and she's really level and straight down that top, but I want to see a little bit more mass in this ewe to get her up higher in the class. So nice ewe. Let's give him a round of applause.
Placing on the fall yearling ewe class for the White Dorpers, first place to Uptown 1025, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Second place to L&K Sheep Company 2410, Austin Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third place, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 4, Vivian Stephenson. And 5, Lexi Williams, Bells, Tennessee. Again, we want to remind folks to go over to the silent auction. It'll be closing soon, so if you've got items you found over there or haven't made it over there yet, please go to the silent auction over in the swine barn. Also, please visit Marie here just outside the Blue Ring for All-American promotional sales items. She's running a half-price sale, so please stop by both locations at this time.
Well, this is without a doubt the deepest class that we've had so far on the slick side. But I think that there's a trio out here that can play pretty hard about anywhere. The young man's ewe lamb that wins this, obviously, when she hits the chip, she grabs your attention. I don't know if we've seen one that has this much presence yet, but she's extremely cocky and arrogant about her head. She travels about the ring really, really smooth and flawlessly, and she's perfect to the touch in terms of her handle with her condition right now and her freshness of touch. I really appreciate those things about her. The ewe in second, I'll tell you what, she handles with more width down her top, and I like that about her. I think she is slightly bigger in her loin and probably has more depth to that. She may be a tick deeper in terms of her cage, just doesn't bring all that added presence and eye appeal as that class winner does, but there's a lot of good things in that ewe lamb. The ewe lamb in third, built more like our second place winner, a ewe that I think when we get on her on the handle, we just like to blow her apart from her hip into her pin set. Just doesn't have that overall dimension as that second place ewe does, but one that's built right. Plenty of look still, plenty of muscle, just runs into a buzzsaw of a class. That ewe in fourth, I think this one is awfully good in terms of her structural build, but on of those top four, this is probably the narrowest built, and that's being harsh on a ewe that has a ton of a muscle. The ewe in fifth, this one's design is cool. I think she's level, and I think she's got a ton of shape. For me, this is the softest handling, heaviest condition of the five out here, and that's really why she sorts herself down here. But a very fun class to analyze. Thanks for bringing them in.
Placing on our Pole Dorset Slick-shorn Spring ewe lamb class, first place goes to Ellerbrock 21028, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. Second place to Silversmith 2593, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas. Third, Isaac Doyle, Wapaka, Wisconsin. 4, Quinlan Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas. And 5, Adlin Pop, Norwalk, Wisconsin. Now showing Slick-shorn pair of ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets. Following this, we will select a junior champion and a reserve junior champion, followed by a grand and reserve grand champion.
Second class of yearling ewes here, and a nice class. I think certainly some quality ewes as we get up in the top end of this. And when we started to evaluate that, I think all four of these ewes very sound in terms of their structure, really good in terms of how they're put together. I really appreciate their squareness in terms of where they set their feet down at. They've got plenty of base width. They've got width through their chest floor and a tremendous amount of rib shape. The ewe that we're going to start off with today, just really an elegant fronted ewe, a ewe that you appreciate in terms of the way she lays in that shoulder into that rib cage. She's got some extension up through her front end. What we really appreciate about her is that femininity component of production. So she's deep ribbed, she's deep in her rear flank, she's long in terms of her top line and long in her muscle pattern, and I think just very a correct female that's just very good in terms of that overall eye appeal and femininity that she pulls together in a nice package. The ewe that's in second place might be a notch shorter bodied than our first place ewe today, but I think she is a very muscular ewe, a very correct ewe. I appreciate that. I like her straightness and levelness down her top. I say, relative to the way she's put together, she's very extended up through that front end. She's high in that chest floor. I appreciate that. Really long down that really long in that underline, and I think just really a very correct, nicely balanced ewe there in second place. I think she's got an added advantage in terms of maybe that hip structure compared to our third place ewe. Third place ewe, there's a lot of things I like about her. She just seems to be a little bit shorter today in that hip, but again, these are three very good ewes, and we're just picking hairs between them. She's correct in her makeup. She's really good in terms of her rib shape. She's long on her underline. I appreciate all those things. I'd just like to lift her up just a notch in terms of that hip or that tail set, but a very good ewe. The ewe that's in fourth place, another balanced ewe. She's solid in terms of where she comes down and she hits that ground. She's got width through her chest floor, a lot of rib shape there. I think she gives up just a little bit of eye appeal on that side profile. She's just a little bit more plain in her attractiveness compared to the ewes that are just ahead of her, but really correct, really complete, and I think a ewe that's going to be very productive. The ewe that's in fifth place, she's a big, long-bodied ewe. She's really correct in terms of where she sets down. I think a ewe that maybe just starts to give up a little bit of quality when we start to talk about pattern and balance, and I think she just doesn't quite balance up to the highest degree as the ewes that are just ahead of her. She's a little easier in her top today, and so I'd like to lift her up and straighten her up there, but a nice class. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Placing on the Slick-shorn Dorset, Pole Dorset class of pair ewe lambs. First went to Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Second, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 4, Bela Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. And 5, Rachel Lawyer, Carlock, Illinois. Placing on the class of spring yearling ewes for the White Dorpers. First to JBJ 2416, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Second to Welty Dorpers 0061, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third, Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. 4, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. And 5, Macy Martin, Springfield, Missouri. Right now we're showing for Slick-shorn Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion ewe in the Pole Dorset ring, the blue ring. On the white ring, we're showing Dorper pair yearling ewes.
What an impressive set of females we have out here for your champion drive. I tell you what, the quality was really deep, and you ought to be excited to be a Dorset breeder to produce this kind because they're really good. In terms of just skeletal build with some soundness bred into them, and they can still pack this much meat and muscle into them. I've been impressed with these sheep. I think there are two out here that combine that muscle into a really feminine, neat look in terms of just some elegance and some show ring presence and some elevation up through their chest floor. And I honestly, I think there are 3 or 4 out here that do that better than anything else, but we obviously we got to choose 2. So let's put your hands together, congratulate these kids. I'll show you the ones I like best.
Junior champion Slick-shorn Dorset ewe lamb goes to Ellerbrock, 21028 Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. The reserve junior champion went to the class winner of Class 3 Winter Ewe Lambs, AAA Showstock 0095, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. Placing on the class of pair of yearling ewes for the White Dorpers, first place, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Second, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Third, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. 4, Lexi Williams, Bells, Tennessee. And 5, Sawyer Williams, Bells, Tennessee.
Well, it certainly doesn't get any easier when you get the juniors and seniors out here for your supreme overall. But I think the two that just impressed me the most as far as their divisions and gave us some wow factor, I think this junior champion is something special. She's going to be your overall. The yearling is like that in terms of that extra, and in terms of just that class rank presence. She's going to be reserve overall. Congratulations.
Grand champion Slick-shorn Pole Dorset ewe goes to our junior champion out of Class 2, Spring Ewe Lambs, Ellerbrock 21028, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. The reserve grand champion was our senior champion from Class 2 of the yearling ewes, Purple Haven Farm 2410, Gensley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. For the slick-shorn Pole Dorset, our next class is Young Flock. Young Flock will be your next class. Again, we want to remind exhibitors, if you have a champion or reserve ram or ewe, you do need to go over and get photos at that photo backdrop, official photos with our official photographer. Even though you're getting shots in the ring, you still need to go to that backdrop just on the outside of the blue ring. Again, we want to remind you about that silent auction area over in the swine barn. It'll be closing here shortly, so please go over and bid. Also, don't forget about the promotional sales items that Marie has at the table just on the west side of the barn, right near the photo backdrop area. She's running a half-price sale. You can pick up your promotional contest items and wool in the promotional contest room at the lower level of the junior building at this time. AOB exhibitors, please take note. We just are finishing up the slick-sheared Poll Dorset Young Flock class. We have a best four-head of ewe class and a single market lamb class before we're ready to go to all other breeds winter ram lambs, and we only have one entry in that class. So please be getting those ringside and ready.
Got a really nice set of early fall ewes here in the white Dorper ring, or excuse me, late fall ewes. Ewes that I think are pretty good in terms of how they're put together. Very correct, very dimensional. I think all 5 of these ewes are really, really nicely balanced. The ewe that we're going to start off with today, she just really has a presence in the ring, a lot of length down that top. She's got some extension up to her front end, very feminine about her head and neck, and I appreciate that. I like her rib shape. I like her muscles. She's correct. She opens up in that hip just the way I like to see her. The ewe that's in second is just, you know, pretty much a similar package. Maybe not quite as long bodied as the ewe that's in first, maybe not quite as long in that hip, but she's very, very good in terms of her structure and her design. She opens up over her top. She's square in that dock. She's got more muscle expression into that leg than our ewe that's in third place. Our ewe that's in third place, a real attractive ewe. I like the balance. I like the extension up through the front end. I think the ewe that just kind of narrows it just a tad into that dock region, maybe doesn't carry that muscle pattern down just as low, but she's really high quality too. She's square on all 4 corners, balanced from that hip forward as far as that rib shape and the muscle that we see, and so a real nice female there in 4th place. The ewe that's in or in 3rd place. The ewe that's in 4th place, really long-bodied, appreciate that. I think a ewe that, you know, if we could just give her a little bit more depth in that rear flank and open her up just a notch more in that hip. She's been fighting the exhibitor a little bit here towards the end, and so she's not looking her best, but she's got a good top in her. She's super long. She's got a lot of dimension there until you get back to that hip, and she has a tendency to narrow just a bit, and I'd like to see her maybe again just a little deeper in that rear flank. The ewe that's in 5th place, a really correct ewe, really nicely balanced ewe, a very feminine ewe. I think she just gives up a little bit of mass today to the females that are just ahead of her. But you take her as an individual, and I really like her pattern. I like her design. I think she's put together right. Certainly a very productive female as she continues to mature.
Placing on the early fall ewe lamb class for the White Dorper show. First place goes to Dorset's and Daylilies 449F, Amelia Ream, Hillsboro, Ohio. Second place, East Star Livestock 2522, Sally Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Third, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. 4, Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. And 5, Taylor Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. Placing on the class of Slick-shorn young flock for the Pole Dorsets, first place, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Second, Bela Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. Third, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 4, Chloe Lake, Cambridge, Ohio. And 5, Lane Wilfong, Warm Springs, Virginia. Placing on the Slick-shorn Pole Dorset class best four head of ewes. First to Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. Second, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Third, Lane Wilfong, Warm Springs, Virginia. 4, Bela Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. And 5, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York.
Got a really nice class of late falls out here. The ewes that kind of rose to the top here, I think, are pretty similar in terms of their balance and their design. The ewe that we're going to start off with today just really has a lot of presence on that side profile. She's very feminine, very extended up through that front end. She lays in super neat from that shoulder into that rib cage. She's got width through her chest floor, depth in her forerib, depth in her rear flank, and then you get down over the top of her, and she's very muscular up over that top, starting at the shoulders, squares up into that hip, and carries it down low. So just a real nice balance of traits there, and a good fit for this position in class. The ewe that's in second, another really outstanding ewe in terms of balance. She's correct. I appreciate the way she sets down on her feet and legs. She's fighting the exhibitors right now, but when she's really on point and she's up-headed and she looks really great in terms of that front end. She's straight and level down her top. She's got plenty of muscle to her, plenty of rib shape, and is put together very well. She just tends to narrow up maybe a tad when you get back to that dock region compared to our first place ewe, but a really, really good balanced ewe. The ewe that's in third place, she's built on the same footprint as the first two. She's just a smaller version, and so that's why she's there in third. She's correct. She's pretty. She's very attractive. She's got the right depth of rib, depth of rear flank. I think she handles or looks, has the muscle down her top, and so a really nice ewe to end up in that third place position. The ewe that's in fourth place, a really pretty ewe, very attractive on that side profile. She balances up to a high degree. She's just a little bit more immature today compared to the ewes that are ahead of her, and so that's why I put her there in fourth place. I think she's got time to catch up. I really like her pattern. I like her design. I might want to extend her out from that 13th rib back just a tick, but I think a ewe that's real correctly made and really pretty profiling. The ewe that's in fifth place, another ewe that you appreciate. She sets up square in all four corners. She's got a lot of rib shape. She's got a lot of muscle. She's a little bit lower in that chest floor. I'd like to clean her up there just a tick, and then also just give her a little bit more balance to get her up higher in the class. But she's a real productive kind of a ewe and very functional in her makeup. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Placing on the class of late fall ewe lambs for the White Dorpers. First place to M4 Livestock, M42434, Maddie Martin, Springfield, Missouri. Second place to Uptown 1049, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Third, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. 4, Amelia Rame, Hillsboro, Ohio. And 5, Allie Winters, Cahokia, Missouri.
Well, just one Dorset Market Lamb class out here, but certainly there's a lot of nice ones out here. This top 5 is awfully good, and in particularly, I think this top 3 is really good. But the young ladies, whether that wins this class, obviously he's the youngest of this group, but this one's built so darn well. He's really neat and tidy in terms of his skeletal build, but one that you get your hands on him. He's so proportioned with the size that he is. Meets your hand with a full rack. He's extremely good all the way through his hip. I think as this one matures, as we project him to be a heavier wether, much like some of these behind him, I think he's going to maintain that structural integrity better and going to have plenty of muscle to match that. So because of that one's build, I think he needs to start with him. The one in second, obviously, this is the powerhouse, highest performing one of the class. There's a lot of product in this wether, and I love that about him. For me, at times, I think he's just getting a little bit lazier in terms of his top line. He gets a little bit rougher at his points. Doesn't quite blend everything as sharply together as that class winner, but certainly a lot of good things in that one. The ewe lamb that comes third is kind of a problem sheet for me. To me, she's built really, really good. She balances in terms of her pattern of design. When we're talking a market lamb class and she's going up against these wethers, I think she's just a little bit softer and staler to the touch today. Doesn't meet my hand with quite as crispness, and that's really why she falls down to that third hole. The wether in fourth, here's another shapely built one, a ton of center body with a lot of circumference of bone. This one's just too short neck for me, and that's why he falls in fourth. A really neat one's in 5, and this one in terms of pattern and design extension is really good, extremely fresh to the touch. I'd just like to blow him apart. He needs to have more muscle to compete with those top 4 ahead of him, but a great class of Dorset wethers, or Dorset market lambs, excuse me. Thanks for bringing them in.
15 more minutes to bid on the silent auction items. 15 more minutes, and we're closing that up at noon. So if you've got a favorite over there, you might want to go and check, see if you've still got it. Placing on the market lambs for the Slick-shorn Dorsets, first place, Fisher, 25,931, a lamb weighing 94 pounds. Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place to Black Pearl Livestock, 0049, a lamb weighing 133. Quinlan Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas. Third, Emma Hag, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 4, Gavin Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. And 5, Amara Bugenhagen, Makwanego, Wisconsin. That does conclude our Slick-shorn Dorset show. This time we're ready for Winter Ram Lambs in the All Other Breeds show.
For your senior champion U class out here, we've really got a nice set of females. The 2 yearling classes, were pretty tough trying to sort down through those. Those ewes are really high quality, very feminine in terms of their makeup, very broody in terms of what they bring to the ring as far as their rib cage is concerned, and I think ewes that are really correct. The lamb classes were equally as challenging, and you get up there, and I think we end up with 4 ewes that really kind of resemble a lot of similar traits there. They're correct in their makeup, they're correct in their design. We'll go out and we'll pick your champion and reserve for this division and get on to some of the lamb classes. But these are some high quality ewes you guys have brought out, so congratulations.
Well, we're starting our AOB division with a Shetland Ram out here for your Winter Ram Lamb class. A Shetland that, in terms of foot and leg structure, he's built right, stands square on all 4 corners. Opens up with a really long staple on a soft fleece, so I like those things about him. Congratulations.
For our White Dorper show, our senior champion went to the first place fall yearling ewe, Uptown 1025, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. The reserve senior champion to the first place in the early fall ewe lamb class, Dorsets and Daylilies 449F, Amelia Rain, Hillsboro, Ohio. Placing on the AOB class of Winter Ram Lambs, first place to Raven Oak 2529, Margot Johnson, Wooster, Ohio.
We're into your springborn AOB class, and we've got a natural color Rambouillet to win this class, one that I think opens up with a very nice, uniform, fine fleece, and that's really why he wins. I mean, in addition to that, I think he's built right in terms of his lines and his correctness, but that fleece on him is very, very nice. The Shetland that comes second, I think in terms of structural correctness, this one's better than the one in third. He's more upright on his pastern. He can travel more freely about the ring. The one in third is another Rambouillet, and I just like to pick him up on all four corners and clean him up in terms of his fleece. But a buck that you like in terms of having some center body mass and some width, those production traits are super important as well. But a nice class of AOB spring bucks.
Placing on the AOB Spring Ram Lamb class, first place goes to Foggy Bottom 24067, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut, and that's a Rambouillet. Second place with the Shetland is Rivenoak 2533, Milo Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. Third place with a Rambouillet is Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Placing on the pair Ram Lambs for the AOB, first place Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut.
Well, obviously we're comparing different breeds here for your champion AOB, but I think the one that puts the nicest things together in a really attractive package with a super fine fleece is this Rambouillet. He's going to be your champion. We'll go up to the winner class to use that Shetland for reserve. Congratulations.
For our AOB show, our champion ram goes to our spring Ram Lamb class winner, Foggy Bottom 24067, which is a Rambouillet, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. The reserve champion goes to our first place in the winter Ram Lamb class, Rivenoak 2529, Margot Johnson, Wooster, Ohio, with a Shetland.
Got a nice class of Januaries here in the White Dorper show. The ewe that we're going to start off with today, just really a nicely balanced ewe, very correct in her overall makeup. She's certainly one that when she came in the ring, she kind of caught my eye. I like her femininity. I like that profile that she provides. She's straight and level down her top. She's got some depth to her rib, depth to her rear flank, and just a very feminine, productive kind of ewe. And I think a ewe that's got some grow left in her as well. The ewe that's in second, a really long-bodied ewe. I think a ewe that's got quite a bit of muscle. I like her shape down her top. I think a ewe that just like to deepen her up just a notch, but she does handle and she does have more dimension up over her top than what we have in some of the ewes that are just below her. And so I think that's kind of where she fits, and she's got the right balance coming off the top of that shoulder to the hip. The ewe that's in third place, a really stout ewe, a very rugged ewe. I appreciate that. She's correct on all four corners. She's got the depth of rib, the depth of rear flank that I appreciate. I'd like to just maybe clean her up just a notch in terms of that shoulder, the way it lays into that rib cage, maybe lengthen her up just a tick in terms of that hip structure, and then carry her muscle all the way back. But a really nice, productive kind of ewe there in third. The ewe that's in fourth place, I think another ewe that you appreciate in terms of length of body, a ewe that's correct in her design. She just needs to have a little bit more dimension when you get back to that hip structure to open her up just a notch, to have her compare those to the three ewes that are just ahead of her. But a nice ewe there in fourth place. In fifth place, another ewe that I think she just gives up a little bit of length of body today compared to the ewes that are just ahead of her. So she could be more extended from that 13th rib back, and I maybe a notch longer in terms of that underline. But a real nice class of ewe lambs here. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, we get back over on your AOB division here, and we've got a natural colored ewe that I think is just awfully good and represents her breed really well. I tell you what, when you get off and you analyze her profile, she's super level design and level in her skeleton. Put her in motion, and she's really eye-catching, up-headed type of an individual. The Shetland that follows that, one that opens up with a pretty nice bright white fleece, I'd maybe like to tweak her off of her rear hock when she goes into motion. She could just take a longer, more fluent stride, but certainly two good yearling ewes to start off the ewe division here.
Placing on the January class of ewe lambs for the White Dorpers. First place to H Livestock 2502, Maddie Martin, Springfield, Missouri. Second to Jennings Dorpers 1261, Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana. Third place, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. 4, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. And 5, Allie Winters, Cahokia, Missouri. Placing on the class of yearling ewes for the all other breeds. First place goes to Fisher Club Lambs, 24,636, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Second place to PH Lavish, 331160, Derek Oplinger, Smithville, Ohio.
We get back over here. We've got a fall ewe lamb for a Shetland out here who I think in terms of staple length is extremely long, really a dense fleece, really uniform, probably the nicest fleece we've seen on the Shetland so far. And so I certainly like that about her. Stands really square on those feet and legs. Just a really nice fall ewe lamb. Thank you.
Got 2 entries here in the February class, and I think both ewe lambs, there's a lot of quality in both of them and things that you like. And the ewe lamb that we're going to start off with, she's just got a little bit more rib shape today, a little bit more depth in that forerib, depth in that rear flank. She handles or has more width and dimension up over her top and into that hip. The ewe lamb that's in second is more extended from that 13th rib back, and I think very feminine on that side profile. I just like to give her a little bit more dimension of muscle, a little bit more boldness in terms of that rib shape to get her up into that top position. But a nice pair. Congratulations.
Placing on the fall ewe lamb class for the all other breed show. First place to Rivenoak Tango 2502, Margot Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the white Dorpers, first place Deering Farm 2522, William Deering, Fraserburg, Ohio. Second place to Deer Run 25-41, Rylan Nix, Winoka, Oklahoma.
We've got an Australian white out here, just lone exhibit here in your winter ewe lamb class on the AOB side. One though it's really chock full of muscle. I mean, you get your hands on her, she's really wide loin. I think good on her feet and legs, so super sound structure. Not a hole in this one. It'd be fun to see how she compares when we get out for your champion drive. Congratulations.
Placing on the spring ewe lamb class for the all other breeds, first place goes to Edge 1639, Ryan Liggett, Carmel, Indiana.
When we get into your spring ewe lamb class, we got a pair of Rambouillets and a pair of Shetlands, and I think what separates the class winner from the rest is really just her show ring appeal. I mean, she's got some added extension. She's really level in terms of her line. Super good on those feet and legs. The one that comes in second, I just don't think matches that overall frame and grill. One here too, we just like to pick up on those front pasterns to make her more structurally correct. Maybe clean her up just a tick in her fleece as we're getting some more belly wool starting to creep up in her britch as well. The ewe that comes here in third for that Shetland, here's one that I think in terms of a long staple with a really neat silver fleece underneath is extremely cool and unique. One I think maybe could just travel on a little bit smoother and maybe getting a little extra angle and set to those rear hocks. The Shetland that comes in fourth, I guess if we're comparing these two, this one I just maybe would like to see open up with a brighter fleece in comparison to that one that goes in front of her, and really that's why that one falls into that fourth hole. But a great class of spring ewes. Thanks for bringing them in.
Got a nice late class here, and I think 3 ewe lambs that really have a lot of quality here in the top end. Pretty immature, and I think ewe lambs that have shown me quite a bit of growth. They're all 3 correct, good balanced kind of females. The ewe that we're going to start off with today, I think she just kind of pulls it together a little bit better, particularly when we talk about how that shoulder's laid into that rib cage. So she's a little bit smoother at the front of the shoulder. I like the way she's put together there. She ties into that rib cage. She's straight and level down her top. She's correct in her makeup. I think a ewe lamb that certainly is very well balanced and attractive on that side profile. The ewe lamb that's in second has got more extension from that 13th rib back. She's longer top, longer bodied. I appreciate that. I'd like to see her just a little bit deeper in that rear flank. I'd like to see her maybe tie down just a little bit lower in terms of her muscle pattern to balance her up just a notch. But I think a ewe lamb that you really appreciate in terms of straightness of lines or extension up through that front end. The ewe lamb that's in third place, she certainly's got that depth of body. She's deep in her forerib, deep in her rear flank. She's got a tremendous amount of muscle and top up over or shape up over her top. She's correct in her makeup. A little bit more open in her shoulder today, a little bit coarser through that front end. Maybe not quite as feminine as a result of that, but I think a ewe lamb that's really nicely balanced and I think really correct in her makeup. The ewe lamb that's in fourth place, a long-bodied ewe lamb. I think a ewe lamb that certainly shows quite a bit of muscle up over her top. I'd like to just deepen her up a notch, maybe in that rear flank. I smooth her up a little bit up over her top, but I think a ewe lamb that's got a tremendous amount of length of body there, and we appreciate that. The one that's in fifth place, a ewe lamb that, again, she's big and she's bold. I appreciate the rib shape. I appreciate the dimension. Just a little bit coarser today for me up through that front end. Maybe not quite as nicely balanced as the ewes that are ahead of her. That's why she's there in fifth. But a nice class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the AOB Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place to Foggy Bottoms 24065, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Second place to HPF Livestock 0281, also Penelope Kemp. Third place, Derek Opleger, Smithville, Ohio, for Derek Opleger. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class, first place to Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Second, Derek Opleger, Smithville, Ohio. Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the White Dorpers, first to Red Barn Farm 426, Jess Vaught, Auburntown in Tennessee. Second to Red Barn Farm 0427, Jess Vaught. Third, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 4, Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. And 5, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin.
Well, as we finalize the AOB show with the champion ewe, we've got some really nice ewes that I think represent their breed really well. It gets a little bit tricky, obviously, when we're comparing breeds back and forth, and so just understanding their strengths as an individual when they can go back and represent their breed, I guess, and then just kind of comparing structural integrity and quality within each individual is what it comes down to. I think the yearling ewe is awfully good. I think she's a nice slick-sheared weather dam, and so we're going to let her be your champion ewe today. And then I think the other one that I think could go back and represent her breed really nice is this Rambouillet from the spring ewe. She'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
Champion ewe for the all other breeds goes to our first place yearling ewe, Fisher Club Lambs 24636, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. The reserve champion is the spring ewe lamb, Foggy Bottoms 24065, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Now ready for young flock. For all other breeds, our next class is Best Fleece. Placing on the young flock class for the all other breeds, first place, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Placing on the best fleeced animal for the AOB show is the Shetland from Rivenoak 2502, Margot Johnson, Wooster, Ohio.
For your junior champion ewes in the white Dorper division, again, I think 6 ewes that really balance up very well. They're correct, they're good bodied, they're good design. Certainly there's a couple that kind of stand out in my mind. I think they put together maybe just a notch more femininity. They tie in those production traits, yet they still have the muscle and still relatively feminine. So we'll go pick those 2 ewes right now and we'll move on to our grand overall.
Junior champion for the White Dorpers goes to first place January ewe lamb H Livestock 2502, Maddie Martin, Springfield, Missouri. The reserve champion was first in the March ewe lamb class, Red Barn Farm 426, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. The thank you note area is really lacking in getting thank you notes written. They're 200 short for all the sponsors that we have. So you juniors, while you're waiting and going through this Rambouillet show, we need to get thank you notes written. We also have several of our juniors that have not picked up their prizes for writing those notes. Mackenzie Abel, Michaela Hodenshield, Cal Shanks, Lauren Thompson, Samantha Logan, James Davis, Quincy Lagerfelder, Emma Lonsum, Kayla Lamb, Parker Smith, Kenzie Meyer, Mackenzie Abel, Emmett Olscothy, Brianna Moeller, and Lauren Thompson. You need to go over and pick up your prizes, but we need to get more notes written too. So while you go over and get your prizes, write a couple more notes.
For really nice white Dorper ewes. It's really a pleasure to be able to sort through these sheep today, and I think you guys have brought out a great set, and really appreciate the 4 females that we've got out here right now. In terms of correctness and design and, the rib shape and looking at muscling and all those production type traits that we try and shoot for, and then you put them together in a package where they're neat and tidy, they're balanced, very feminine in their overall makeup. I think we've got 4 really good ewes that fit that mark. We'll go out and we'll pick our champion in reserve, but again, I think you guys brought out a great set of sheep. Congratulations.
Grand champion White Dorper ewe goes to our senior champion ewe, the fall yearling ewe, Uptown 1025, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. The reserve grand champion went to our reserve senior champion out of the early fall ewe lamb class, Dorsets and Daylilies 449F, Amelia Rain, Hillsboro, Ohio. Now showing young flock. Placing on the White Dorper Young Flock Class first place, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Second, Amelia Rame, Hillsboro, Ohio. Third, Vivian Stephenson, Baroque, Wisconsin. 4, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. And 5, Olivia Mashing, Odell, Illinois. Placing on the best four head of ewes for the White Dorpers, first place, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Second, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Third, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Now ready for market lambs. We have 2 entries in that class. So, Rambouillet exhibitors, please be ready at the end of the white ring for fall ram lambs. But we need White Dorper market lambs to the ring now, please.
Got 2 entries in the White Dorper market lamb class. Both lambs are certainly market ready. They've got enough condition and cover on them. The ewe lamb that we're going to start off with, really long and straight down her top. She handles this muscle and dimension up over her top. I appreciate the way she's built, very correct in her overall makeup. The weather lamb just maybe he's got a ton of muscle there. He's got some dimension, some rib shape there, but a buck that, or a wether that just doesn't have quite the overall balance that we see in the first place lamb, and so that's why he's second, but certainly market ready and I think plenty of muscle.
Placing on the class of market lambs for the White Dorpers, first place goes to Avery Walton, Cisco, Texas, with a lamb weighing 122 pounds, tag 0405. Second place, Wiley Winters, Cahoga, Missouri, lamb weighing 120, tag number 113466.
Got three fall Rambouillet bucks here. Really appreciate the buck that we're starting off the class with. I think he's really correct in his overall design, his makeup. He's extended up through that front end. He's long and level down that top, and a buck that's very uniform in his fleece from front to britch. He opens up with a really bright color there, and he's got some fineness there. Buck that's in second, I do like his depth of rib. I think he's also a buck that handles a little bit more dimension up over his top, but he's a tick shorter bodied today for me compared to our first place buck. Maybe not quite as uniform in terms of that fleece when you get back to that britch region, but a buck that levels up and squares up in terms of his hip structure. The buck that's in third place, I think a buck that I like him from that hip forward. I'd like to change him just a notch in terms of that hip, level him up just a bit. I think he's pretty uniform in terms of his fleece, but just not quite the overall dimension or presence when you get your hands on him or view him from that side. So nice group here. Let's give him a round of applause.
Placing on the fall Ram Lamb class for the Rambouillets, first place to Lazy 5, 8260, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place to Lazy 5, 8259, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Third place to Posey CeeLo, State Center, Iowa. Now ready for Winter Ram Lambs. We have one entry in that class.
Got a nice January buck here, certainly one that could stand some competition. He's correct in his makeup, a good-footed buck, a buck that I think he's got some extension up through his front end. He's long down his top. He's level in his overall makeup. Really uniform in terms of his fleece type from front to bridge. So I think a nice buck here for this class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Rambouillet Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to CeeLo 0483, Posey CeeLo, State Center, Iowa. Now showing Spring Ram Lambs.
Got one entry here in the late spring class, and I think a pretty immature buck lamb at this stage of the game. He's certainly got quite a bit of grow left in him, and I think a buck that's really correct in his makeup. He's leveled down his top. He does have a nice fleece from front to britch, or at least with the staple length that he's got, I can from what I can tell. But I think he's pretty uniform in terms of that fleece character from front to britch. So nice buck. Congratulations.
Placing on the Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to Haig, 25-3 Haig, Jordan, Montana. Now ready for pair of Ram Lambs. Placing on the Rambouillet pair of Ram Lambs, first place, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second, Posey Silo, State Center, Iowa.
Got four Rams here in the Rambouillet division. I think I'm not going to waste a whole lot of time. I think the two bucks that really kind of resonate with me in terms of quality are the two that we've got up there in the fall buck class. Really high quality, very good in terms of structure and design, and very uniform in terms of their fleece. So we'll go ahead and use them as your champion and reserve today. Congratulations.
Now ready for Rambouillet yearling ewes. Again, we want to draw your attention to the promotional sales area. Marie still has several things over there at that half-price sale, so please go and see her. If you've got raffle tickets to turn in, go turn those in now as well.
really nice set of yearly ewes here in the Rambouillet division. And again, you know, different judge, different day. But I think the ewe that we're starting off with, I really like the way she's constructed. She sets down so solid in terms of her feet and legs on that on all four corners. She stands wide at the ground. She's got width in her chest for her. She's got rib shape there. You get your hands down her top, and they're full from the top of her shoulder all the way to the top of her hip. But then you start to evaluate fleece, and I think she's uniform in terms of her fineness from front to bridge. She's just really a nice ewe and very attractive on that profile. She's got added length and extension as well. The ewe that's in second, I think she just gives up a little bit of length today. She's got a beautiful fleece as well. I don't think she handles with quite as much mass up over her top line. I do like the fact that she's got a really nice underline in terms of being level, having depth in both her forerib as well as her depth, as well as her rear flank, and she matches up in terms of balance as that first place ewe. Our third place ewe, she's a monster, and I don't discount that, but I like to see her maybe balance up a notch more. I'd like to see her a little bit heavier bone, a little bit deeper in that rear flank. I like her fleece. She's straight down her top. I don't think she has as much mass as maybe our first ewe when you get your hands on her, but she is a big framed ewe. She's a long-bodied ewe. Our ewe that's in fourth place, she's really correct. She's really complete in her makeup. A ewe that when you open her up, she's got a longer staple and a really, really fine fleece from front to bridge, and I appreciate that. She's straight down her top. She just gives up a little bit of extension from that 13th rib back. Maybe doesn't have the extension up through that front end is what we see in the three ewes that are just ahead of her. The fourth place ewe, really correct in terms of on that side profile. She sets down square. She's got a nice set to her hock. When she moves out, though, she has a tendency to narrow up in that hip just a tick, and I'd like to maybe widen her up between those hocks, but I think she's got a really great fleece. She's straight and level down that top. I just like to open her up just a notch in that hip region. So good class here. Congratulations.
Now ready for pair yearling ewes. Placing on the yearling ewe class for the Rambouillets, first place to Marshall, BM 3-91, Bryson Wolpe, Greensburg, Indiana. Second place, CJ Bauk, 24-54, Isabella Free, Woodbury, Tennessee. Third, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin, 4-Hague, Jordan, Montana. And 5, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Rambouillets, first place to Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin, second Hague, Jordan, Montana. Again, exhibitors, we want to remind you, if you have a breed champion or reserve breed champion, ram or ewe, we do need to get an official photograph over at the photo backdrop. We use those for promotionals, and we send them to breed associations. So please make sure before you leave, you get those photos taken.
Got a really nice class of fall ewes out here. We're going to go ahead and start off with a ewe that I think when you really start to evaluate her at the ground, she sets down square. She's got some width between her chest floor. She's certainly got some depth of rib. I appreciate that. You get your hands on her. She's straight and level down her top, really robust in her rib shape, and handles with some width and dimension up over that top. She's square in that hip. A ewe that's very, very uniform in terms of her fleece, and I appreciate that. I think she's even in her underline and just really a nice pattern ewe there. The ewe that's in second, a little bit more of a growthy type ewe, a ewe that gives up a tick bit of length from that 13th rib back. I think she's a little shorter bodied. I love the fact that she's got some extension. She's got a lot of pattern there. I'd like to even her up in terms of that underline just a bit, maybe increase her uniformity in terms of that fleece. I think she tends to run out just a notch in terms of that britch area, but I think a really attractive ewe there in second place. The ewe that's in third, really a big ewe, a big bodied ewe. She's stout featured. She stands wide at the ground. A ewe that when you get to handle her, I think she's got plenty of dimension and width up over her top. I think a ewe that's maybe just a little bit more refined in terms of her bone structure today. I'd like to certainly see her heavier structured from that standpoint. She's really got a great fleece on her and maybe gives up just a little bit of that extension or that elevation up through the front end. The ewe lamb that's in fourth place, really correct in her makeup, good in design. I like that she's leveled down her top. She's probably one of the shorter bodied ewes in the class, you know, extremely tall, but just doesn't have that overall length there. And I think if we could stretch her out just a notch from that 13th rib back, we might be able to move her up in this class. I think another ewe lamb that has got a really pretty fleece here in fifth place, a ewe that's long down that top. She's just really narrow in terms of where she hits that ground. She doesn't have the width through her chest floor today or the rib expansion that we see in some of the ewes that are just ahead of her. So I've got her there in fifth place, but a nice class here. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of fall ewe lambs for the Rambouillet show. First place to A. Anderson 1-25. Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second place to Lazy 5, 8254. Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Third, Dash Haig, Jordan, Montana. 4, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. And 5, Dash Haig, Jordan, Montana. Again, if you're using the 3 hand carts that were made available from the Hall family or the feed cart that they brought, they say you're more than welcome to continue using them, but whenever you are finished, please return them to that lower level of the junior barn near the entrance into the promotional contest area.
Got a nice winter ewe lamb class here. Two ewe lambs that we put at the top of the class that I think are pretty high quality. The ewe that we're starting with, really attractive in her makeup and design. She's really big footed. She's big boned. I think a ewe that sets down nice and square on all four corners. She's got some width through her chest for her. I like her her underline. I like her top line. And when you go to handle her fleece, I think she's pretty uniform from front to britch. But a real attractive female to start off this class. The ewe that's in second place, a very functional kind of female. I think she's correct in her makeup. She's got some ribs. She's got some dimension up over her top. And I think super fine in terms of her fleece and very uniform from front to britch. Really soft to handle, but a ewe that just gives up a little bit of that eye appeal and a little bit of that presence in the show ring, but very correct, very good in her design. Ewe lamb that's in third, I think she's a really nice ewe lamb in terms of how she sets down on the ground. She's square at all four corners. She's correctly made down her top. I think a ewe lamb that certainly has a high enough quality fleece. She just gives up a little bit of power today to the two that are just ahead of her, and so that's why she's there in third. Maybe it might be a little bit more immature in terms of her makeup, but I think a nice ewe lamb and certainly one to keep an eye on. The ewe lamb in fourth place, I think she just needs to maybe have a few things. I mean, I think she sets down her feet and legs square on the ground. I'd like to see her straighter over that top. I'd certainly like to see her maybe a little bit higher quality in terms of her fleece and have that worked up a little bit differently, but I think a ewe lamb that kind of fits into that fourth position. Congratulations.
Placing on the winter ewe lamb class, first place to Lazy 5, 8263, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place to Heg 25-1, Heg, Jordan, Montana. Third, Posey Silos, State Center, Iowa. And 4, Henry Limke, Watkins, Minnesota.
Got a nice ewe lamb here to start off the spring class. Ewe lamb that's real correct in her makeup, good in her design, really sets down on a lot of bone and a big foot there. And I think a ewe lamb that has got some rib shape to her. I appreciate that. I like her down her top line. She's attractive on the side profile. She certainly measures up in terms of fleece quality as well, from that front to britch. Very bright, very lustrous in terms of that fleece, and I think a ewe that's just pretty high quality. The ewe that's in second, tremendous fleece on this ewe as well, from front to britch. She's really soft and supple when you open that fleece up, nice to the touch, and I think a ewe that's correct in her makeup and good in her design. She's got some rib shape there, maybe just a little bit more plain in terms of that profile compared to our first place ewe, but I think a ewe that has got some quality. The ewe that's in third place, she's really long body, she's really elevated in terms of that front end. I'd like to just balance her up a notch, get her up a little bit squarer in terms of that tail head, then improve that fleece by working it up just a little bit differently. But a nice trio here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Placing on the spring ewe lamb class for the Rambouillets, first place to Lazy 5, 82.67, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place to Haig, 25-4, Haig, Jordan, Montana. And third to Henry Lemke, Watkins, Minnesota. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Rambouillet show, first to Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place to Haig, Jordan, Montana. Third place, Henry Lemke, Watkins, Minnesota. Now ready to select champion and reserve champion ewe for the Rambouillets.
It's a really nice set of Rambouillet ewes out here. We didn't have high numbers, but the quality certainly showed up. And I think we look at these 8 ewes, they're all good design, they're correctly made. I think ewes that are feminine in their makeup, I think they're stout in their feature. I think they've got plenty of quality when it comes to a fleece type, and so a really nice group of ewes out here. I'll go out and pick your champion in reserve. You know, again, it's a pleasure to be able to evaluate these sheep, and I think these kids have done a great job. Let's give them a big round of applause, and we'll congratulate your champions.
Champion Rambouillet ewe shown on the first place yearling ewe, Marshall BM 3-91, Bryson Walpe, Greensburg, Indiana. The reserve champion was second in that yearling ewe class, CJ Bauk 24-54, Isabella Free, Woodbury, Tennessee. Now ready for young flock. Now ready for Rambouillet best forehead of ewes. Placing on the young flock class for the Rambouillet, first place goes to Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place to Dash Haig, Jordan, Montana. Placing on the best 4 head of ewes, first place to Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second, Dash Haig, Jordan, Montana. Best fleece in the Rambouillet show goes to Dash Haig, Jordan, Montana, on the yearling ewe 24-1. That does conclude our shows in this ring until we get ready for the Supreme Drive, which will take place in 15 to 20 minutes after both barns are done. So we'll communicate with the swine barn to determine when they're done, and we'll count it down from there. Juniors, while we're still waiting just a little while to begin the Supreme Champion Drive and closing ceremonies, be a great time to go over to the thank you booth and write a thank you note or two. I know they're short, not having enough written for all the different sponsors, so if you could take just a moment, run over there and write a note or two, it'd be greatly appreciated. All right, 10-minute call on those breed champion rams. 10-minute call on the breed champion rams. Please be getting lined up on the outside of the ring. 10-minute call. We will gather all the breed champion rams at the west end of the show ring. We've got staff there now. So please get those gathered up at this time and report in. We do have some silent auction baskets that have not been picked up and paid for yet. Those are, and we'd appreciate you going over to Swine Barn to take care of that. If you'll see Mrs. Brockman over there, Ruthie Bivens, Tammy Feehan, Autumn Bivens, Mary Ann Loper, Conrad Fagan, Greg Loper, and Stacy Cook. Again, Ruthie Bivens, Tammy Feehan, Autumn Bivens, Mary Ann Loper, Conrad Fagan, Greg Loper, and Stacy Cook. You have baskets at the silent auction area over in the Swine Barn. We need you to get those picked up and paid for, please. Again, our breed champion rams should be at that west end of the show ring. That's the end of the show ring where the photo backdrop is located. All those breed champion rams should be there and checked in with Joe Bernard or Nancy Miniter. Mark Johnson, please come to the show ring desk. Okay, I've gotten a thumbs up from Joe, so we're ready to begin our Supreme Champion drive for the Breed Champion Rams. And our three judges are out in the ring at this time. Justin Fritchie, J.J. Maddox, and Paul Kuber. Let's give those three gentlemen a nice round of applause. They put in some hot hours this weekend, and we really appreciate it. And your thanks is all they get. So thanks, guys, for all your help. The all other breeds champion is Foggy Bottom 24067, a Romnendale, a spring ram lamb, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. The Baby Doll Southdown is Nichols 2073, Blackie, a January ram lamb from Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. The natural colored Border Leicester is J. Baird 25024, a February ram lamb, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. The white Border Leicester from Travis Johnson 0226, a senior ram lamb, Callie Opliger, Smithville, Ohio. The Cheviot is Rinker 2780, a fall ram lamb, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. The Columbia Bauk 24-82, a fall ram lamb, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. The Cordale is Peters 2420, a fall ram lamb, Andrew Freehand, Bradner, Ohio. The Cotswold champion, Meyer 2538, a junior ram lamb, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The Dorper Mills 2004, an early fall ram lamb, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan. The white Dorper is Willow Creek Ranch M632, an early fall ram lamb, Wiley Winters, Cahuga, Missouri. The fitted polled Dorset champion is Crouch 2513, a winter ram lamb, Taylor Crouch, Mora, Illinois. The Slick-shorn polled Dorset champion, Obsession Showstocks 5650, a spring ram lamb, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. The Horn Dorset is Smith 2502, a Slick-shorn early late fall ram lamb, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. The Dorset Advantage is Northern Star Livestock Service 25077, a spring ram lamb, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. The fitted Hampshire champion, Spoonster 2525, a March ram lamb, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. The Slick Hampshire Taradice 25035, a January ram lamb, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. The Katahdin is MFL 2481, a fall ram lamb, Mason Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota. The natural colored Lincoln is Lean 2447, a senior ram lamb, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. The white Lincoln is Alpha Omega 2440, a senior ram lamb, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. The Merino In-Body F2462, a fall ram lamb, Megan In-Body, Genera, Ohio. The natural colored is Pines Inn Natural Coloreds 24-69, Uptown Flash, a fall ram lamb, Sawyer Randolph, Keatsville, Missouri. The North Country Cheviot is Dresden 56, a senior ram lamb, Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon. The Oxford Top Corner 2561, a January ram lamb, Addison Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. The Rambouillet is a Lazy 5 8260, a fall ram lamb, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. The natural colored Romney Winding Wicks 2455, senior ram lamb, Avery Walton, Cisco, Texas. The white Romney is Rinker 2779, a senior ram lamb, Claire Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. The Shropshire is Leininger 4112, a fall ram lamb, Emma Chandler, Fredericton, Missouri. The South Down is George Brothers 2544, a February Ram Lamb, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. The Fitted Suffolk, Arnavec 2448, a Fall Ram Lamb, Olivia Starr, Cameron, Wisconsin. The Slick-shorn Suffolk, LR Suffolks 24263, a February Ram Lamb, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. The Targhee is Kudrin 0014, a March Ram Lamb, Annabelle Kudrin, Marshall, Minnesota. The Texel is Cook 2440, a Fall Ram Lamb, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. The Tunis is Mum 2547, a March Ram Lamb, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And the Belay Blacknose is BBSWA 2822 1735, a Senior Ram Lamb, Penelope Moore, Greentop, Missouri. Please give a nice round of applause for all our breed champion rams. Again, just a reminder, those of you that have baskets over at the silent auction that haven't been picked up, Ruthie Bivens, Tammy Feehan, Autumn Bivens, Marianne Loper, Conrad Fagan, Greg Loper, Stacy Cook. If you could, get over there as soon as possible to pick those up and pay for your silent auction baskets. Juniors, if you had promotional contest items on display, including wool, please go and pick those up before you leave the All-American today. We would appreciate you getting those picked up. Folks, if you've still got raffle tickets or you have an urge to buy some more, Marie's over at the booth. She'll sell you raffle tickets for the raffle that we will finalize the closing ceremonies with whenever we make that draw. So our judges have pulled out their top 5 out here in the ring with the natural colored Romney, the Southdown, slick-sheared whole Dorset, and the border Cheviot.
Well, once again, it's a pleasure to get to come work with your youth and here at the All-American, and I'm sure I'll talk for these two guys I'm with, and you know, it's been an honor and a pleasure, and we get to work with the youth and all these different breeds and get to look at them in such a great way, and you know, commend the great staff that puts this thing on for us, and we come together and we brought these 5 bucks out, and we all come to conclusion that there's one that's pretty unique in its particular breed and one that's kind of unique in that particular lineup. That's our Southdown buck. He'll be your supreme buck.
Supreme Champion Ram goes to the Southdown champion, George Brothers, 25-44. February Ram Lamb, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Okay, our exhibitors, other exhibitors are excused from the ring. We're getting photos there of our Supreme Champion Ram and owner. While we're doing that, if we can have breed champion ewes gather at that same location, the west end of the show ring at this time, breed champion ewes. Catherine just reminded me about something. The landscaping around the ring, over at the photo booth, wonderful job by Nob Hill landscapers, and we really appreciate those folks for a great job. If you've noticed, they've kept them fresh, they've looked good the entire show, and we really appreciate what they do. One of the nicest landscaping jobs that we come to for an All-American, I can say that. Okay. While we're getting those breed champion ewes together, I believe Mark Johnson has a presentation to make. So, boy, that was timing.
Well, on behalf of the team at Prina Animal Nutrition, we certainly appreciate all the participation here at the All-American Junior Show at the Illinois State Fair. We'd be remiss if, on behalf of all of the sponsors, we did not thank the leadership and all the volunteers here that have participated at this year's All-American Junior Show. Let's have a nice round of applause for all of the volunteers, all of the support, all of the sponsors that have made this 2025 All-American Junior Show such a success. Thanks to all of you that have made this show so wonderful. The team at Prina is one of the sponsors. Those of you who came by our booth and entered to win the set of cordless clippers that were donated by Andy's up in Wisconsin, we appreciate their support of youth livestock activities. If your name's in the bucket, you stand a chance. Megan, are you going to draw the name? All right. If a 50-year-old man can't read it without cheaters, you can't win. I'm just saying. Last name Smith. Anybody here named Smith? Where's the Smith? Stephen Smith. Mountain View, Maryland, maybe? Stephen Smith. Is that you? Hey, where's the All-American going to be next year, Stephen? Where is the All-American Junior Show going to be next year? Maryland, the Terrapin State. How ironic. Congratulations, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark and Megan. We really appreciate you doing that. We're now ready to begin our Supreme Champion U Drive. Entering the ring first is the AOB Fisher 24636, a Slick-shorn natural colored yearling ewe, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. The Baby Doll Southdown Big Woods 629, Oregano, a yearling ewe, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. The natural colored Border Leicester J. Baird 2404, a yearling ewe, Josie Baird, Canfield, Illinois. The White Border Leicester H. Barkley 2356, a yearling ewe, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. The Columbia is Bauk 2457, a yearling ewe, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. The Cordale Peters 2403, a yearling ewe, Andrew Freehand, Bradner, Ohio. The Cotswold, a Four Seasons Farm 2403, a yearling ewe, Rhett Steiner, Mason, Illinois. The Dorper is Lazy 55856, early fall ewe lamb, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. The White Dorper, Uptown 1025, a fall yearling ewe, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. The Fitted Polled Dorset, Stunkel 3851, a yearling ewe, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. The Slick Polled Dorset is Ellerbrock P 1521028, a spring ewe lamb, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. The Horn Dorset is Frog Hollow 17, a fitted yearling ewe, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. The Dorset Advantage is Johnson Family Showstock 24107, a yearling ewe, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. The fitted Hampshire is Spoonster 24-40, a yearling ewe, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. The Slick-shorn Hampshire Ellerbrock 9162, a yearling ewe, Kendall Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. The Katahdin is WAP F4-4, a fall ewe lamb, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. The natural colored Lincoln is Mum 2422, a yearling ewe, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. The White Lincoln is Alpha Omega 2542, a junior ewe lamb, Caitlin Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. The Merino is Diller R581, a yearling ewe, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. The Monadale, 3J Coors 1087, a yearling ewe, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. The natural colored is McDaniel 24-7, a yearling ewe, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. The North Country Cheviot is SS 2439, a yearling ewe, Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon. The Oxford is Niemeyer 2407, a yearling ewe, Bodie Niemeyer, Mulberry Grove, Illinois. The Rambouillet is Marshall BM 3-91, a yearling ewe, Bryson Wolpe, Greensburg, Indiana. The natural colored Romney is Winding Wicks 2454, a senior ewe lamb, George Fry, West Lafayette, Indiana. The White Romney is Winding Wicks 2406, a yearling ewe, Betsy Fry, West Lafayette, Indiana. The Shropshire is City Limits 25041, a January ewe lamb, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. The Southdown is Howard 5019, Diamond, a February ewe lamb, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. The fitted Suffolk is Van Grow 1361, a yearling ewe, Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. The Slick-shorn Suffolk is Macaulay 6470, a yearling ewe, A.J. Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. The Targhee is Kudrin 0003, a yearling ewe. Annabelle Kudrin, Marshall, Minnesota. The Texel is Cook 2404, a yearling ewe. Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. The Tunis is Mum 2456, a yearling ewe. Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And the Valet Blacknose is VBS WA 28221719, a senior ewe lamb. Nash Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Let's give all of our exhibitors with these breed champion ewes a nice round of applause. Judges have pulled their top 5 with the white border Leicester, the Slick-shorn Dorset, the Slick-shorn Hampshire, the white Romney, and the Slick-shorn Suffolk out in the center to further evaluate.
All right. Well, it's certainly been a fantastic opportunity to get out here and judge the All-American Junior Show. All you exhibitors ought to be proud of yourselves for getting out here in this drive or back at the barn. Make sure you thank your parents and thank those that helped you get here. This is a lot of work and a lot of time to get here. Thank the staff that put this on because it doesn't happen without a lot of volunteer work. And so appreciate the opportunity. These 5 stood out to us as being just really good functional females that are sound and represented their breed very, very well. And we all came into agreements on which one stood out to us. We went back and handled them and which one we thought was just an impeccable female. That's the Border Leicester. She'll be your Supreme Champion.
Supreme Champion ewe at this year's All-American is the white border Leicester, H. Barkley 2356, a yearling ewe, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Exhibitors, we're going to give about 5 minutes to get photos done and the folks to get their animals back in the pens, and then we'll begin our closing ceremony. So about 5 minutes. The Junior Merino Association had a 50-50 activity, and we've just drawn the winner of that. It's $150 to the winner, Angela Hewitt. Angela Hewitt, if you're here, come right down here. See these two ladies right behind me, and they'll take care of you. Junior exhibitors, if you wrote thank you notes, they drew names for special prizes. Marie's going back over to the table. This is the last chance to get your prizes for writing thank you notes. If you don't get them now, Marie says those prizes are going somewhere else. So, James Davis, Quincy Langdenfer, Whitley, Corey, Emma Thompson, Michaela Hodenshield, Kayla Lamb, Parker Smith, Mackenzie Abel, Emmett Osovsky, and Brianna Moeller. Again, James Davis, Quincy Longdenfelder, Whitley Corey, Emma Thompson, Michaela Hodenshield, Kayla Lamb, Parker Smith, Mackenzie Abel, Emmett Ozovsky, and Brianna Moeller. Please go over and see Marie to get your prizes. All right, we're ready to begin our closing ceremonies. So, this year's 2025, the 31st annual All-American Junior Show, we had 663 exhibitors participate, representing 30 different states. There were 2,800 head of sheep exhibited from 35 different breeds. Participants in other contests, there was 471 in the promotional contests, 307 in the judging contest, 294 participated in skillathon, 224 in virtual shearing, 490 showmanship, that's 74% of all of our exhibitors, 175 fleeces, 37 individuals and 8 pairs in lead line, 15 teams for dress sheep, 86 lamb camp participants, and their graduation has already taken place, 56 teams of cornhole participants. So quite an active day or couple of days here at the All-American. First and foremost, we want to thank the Illinois Organizational Committee. They were chaired by Melanie Hall, and the other members included Brad and Julie Angus, Brian and Jill Moore, Jamie Bowman, Gary and Vicki Brockman, Brianna and Austin Brockman, Jay and Stephanie Ryan, Jeremy and Cassie Crouch and Taylor Crouch, and Mike and Maura Gertz. Thank those folks if you would, please. We also would be remiss if we didn't thank our National Committee for the All-American and also all the breed reps and other volunteers that were out here in the ring and behind the scenes to make this happen. Give those folks a nice round of applause if you would. Okay, the following kids have already received their awards and recognition only, so we're just going to name them off. They don't need to come down. Oh, we want them to come down, Deb says, so we get a group picture of them. So these are our showmanship in the 4 and under Harper Nichols of Illinois. If you'll come down here to the ring, we'll get a photo. In the 5-year-olds, Lachlan Krieger of Indiana. The 6-year-olds, Claire Perogowitz of Ohio. The 7-year-olds, Brinley Kretz of Maryland. In Group 1 of the 8-year-olds, Oakley Ryan of Illinois. Group 2 of the 8-year-olds, Lindley Krieger of Indiana. Group 1 of the 9-year-olds, Charlie Crouch of Illinois. Group 2 of the 9-year-olds, Rosalind Hammerstead of Wisconsin. Group 1 of our 10-year-olds, Regan Klotz of Indiana. Group 2 of the 10-year-olds, Delaney Crouch of Illinois. Group 1 of the 11-year-olds, Henry Nielsen of South Dakota. Group 2 of the 11-year-olds, Briar Buckland of Indiana. The 12-year-olds, Group 1, Owen Atwater of Iowa. Group 2 of the 12-year-olds, Bailey Reck of Ohio. The 13-year-olds, Group 1, Charlie Ryan of Illinois. Group 2 of the 13-year-olds, Evelyn McGowan of Wisconsin. The 14-year-olds, Group 1, Alyssa White of Ohio. Group 2 of the 14-year-olds, Morgan Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut. The 15-year-olds, Group 1, Victoria Kovacs of Ohio. Group 2, Cole Knettle of Illinois. The 16-year-olds, Group 1 was Aubrey Brandt of Wisconsin. Group 2, Jackson Ritter of Indiana. The 17-year-olds, Group 1, Madeline Syme of Connecticut, and Group 2, Olivia Porter of Illinois. The 18-year-olds, Group 1, Brady Brandt of Wisconsin, Group 2, Caroline Mattingly of Kentucky. The 19-year-olds, Group 1, or the 19-year-olds was Reese Gorham of Oregon. The 20-year-old Cheyenne Clyde of Pennsylvania. And the 21-year-olds Morgan Black of Wisconsin. As soon as they all get down here, we're going to get one big group picture. Is there any others? Okay, while they're getting that picture taken, we're going to start the next group and get them started down this way. Team showmanship, our 1 to 15 as the age. Our winners were Bryson Wolpe and Leland Ging, both from Indiana. In our 16 to 19 group, Allie Brennan of Indiana and Larkin Miller of Kentucky. In our 20 to 21 group, Miley Williams of Indiana and Arabella Clifton of Indiana. Our 22 to 24, Caitlin Coleman of Ohio and Caden McCoy of Ohio. Our 25 to 26 group, Alyssa White of Ohio and Bailey Rick of Ohio. 27 to 28-year-olds, Madeline Adams of Illinois and Maylee Adams of Illinois. Our 29 to 30 group, Alexis Cook of Indiana and Peyton DeWeese of Indiana. Our 31 to 33, Madeline Syme and Morgan Syme of Connecticut. And our 34 to 42 group, Caden Durr of Indiana and Quentin Durr of Indiana. They'll come down. Final call for those team showmanship participants. This is your last call to get in the photo. Okay, while they're getting that photo, we're going to ask that our lead line winners, again, these have already gotten their awards. We're just getting group photos. In the beginner class, Elizabeth Briggs of New Hampshire. In the beginner class 2, Caitlin Coleman of Ohio. In the junior class, Owen Atwater of Iowa. In the intermediate division, Alexis Cook of Indiana. In the senior division, Campbell Reese of Ohio. And in the pairs, Alexis Cook and Abby Brown, both of Indiana. Okay, while they're taking the lead line picture, we're going to do the dress of sheep. And in heat 1, it was Kylie Davis and friends from Wyoming. And in heat 2, it was Anika and Aurora Jackson of Illinois. If they'll come down. Okay, next up, we're going to announce our raffle ticket sales winners. Remember, those raffle ticket sales winners had to have things turned in by a certain time, but are in 5th place. They'll receive cash or a check from Debbie later on, but in 5th place, getting $120 or selling $120 worth of tickets, and we want you to come down here, was Shell Lean of Arlington, Iowa. In 4th place, selling $240 worth, Lane Wilfong of Warm Springs, Virginia. 3rd was selling $280 worth, Raylon Schreiner of Middletown, Illinois. In 2nd, selling $475 worth was Gunnar Wilcox of Stockbridge, Michigan. And you guys will all receive cash awards. Please line up. And our top seller this year in the contest, selling $1,095 worth of tickets, was William Wilds of Farmington, Connecticut. And he will receive this portable blower donated by Weaver Supply. So we'll put that out there in the photo with them. And William, you make sure you take that with you. Is William out there? And while we are on the subject of raffle tickets, we have our raffle winners from the drawing. We just drew those. Our winner of $1,000 cash is Tanya Hinschke of Mattoon, Illinois. Our $1,000 Seidel gift certificate goes to Brenda Wilds. And our wireless headphones that we have right here, the winner of those is Rachel Painter of Pennsylvania.
If somebody knows.
And if those folks aren't here and someone knows them or sold those tickets, please come down and see Deb and we'll get you those prizes.
All right.
Okay.
Please.
Right.
For AOB wool is
All right, next we're going to do the wool awards for the wool show. And we'll ask that you come down to get your awards. The champion in the wool, AOB wool was Margot Johnson of Ohio.
baby doll.
The baby doll champion was Riley Joyer of Minnesota. The Cheviot winner, Caden Murphy of Indiana. The Columbia winner, Addison Bussinger of Ohio. The Cordale champion, Brady Craig of Illinois. The Dorset Advantage winner, Tate Stevens of Ohio. The Fitted Hampshire winner, Aaron Holleran of Illinois. The Fitted Polled Dorset winner, Judd Bergman of Wadesville, Indiana. The Horn Dorset winner, Campbell Reese of Ohio. The Merino winner, Trevor Smith of Ohio. The Monadale winner, Mallory Corzat of Illinois. The natural colored border Leicester winner was Elizabeth Hanlon of Delaware.
Okay, excuse me. Yeah.
The natural colored border Leicester was Lauren Thompson. The natural colored Lincoln was Kinley Holleran of Illinois. The natural colored Romney exhibitor, Josie Bonji of Illinois. The natural colored winner, Kaylee Holleran of Illinois. North Country Cheviot, Katie Ducher of Illinois. The Oxford winner, Bryson Wolpe of Indiana. Rambouillet winner was Dash Haig, Montana. The Shropshire winner, Jaden Slutz of Illinois. The Slick-shorn Hampshire winner, Noah McAllister of Ohio. The Slick-shorn Polled Dorset winner, Bela Crouch of Illinois. The Slick-shorn Suffolk winner, Noah McAllister of Ohio. The Southdown winner, Henry Nielsen of South Dakota. The Targhee winner, Annabella Kudrin of Minnesota. The Texel winner, Alexis Cook of Indiana. Tunis winner, Jacoby Mag, Ohio. The Valet Black Nose winner, Kipton Poe of Indiana. The White Border Leicester winner, Brianna Moeller of Ohio. The White Lincoln exhibitor, Mitchell Brown of Indiana. And the White Romney exhibitor, Sadie Bonji of Illinois. And the Supreme Champion Fleece in the Wool Show went to a Merino Ram, Trevor Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. The Reserve Supreme Champion was a Merino ewe, also shown by Trevor Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Okay. The next award that we're going to do is a new award. We're just starting this year. And I'm going to ask Melanie and Leanne Hall to come up.
Yep. I can. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leanne Hall, and I am Melanie's daughter, who is the site coordinator for this show this weekend. If you've seen her zipping around on the golf cart, then, you knew to stay away. I just rode with her. It was a little scary. But before we move on, I'd just like to take a moment to thank her and everyone who donated their time, effort, and an awful lot of sweat this weekend to make this show possible. So if you would, please join me in a round of applause for them. There was one person missing this weekend that's very dear to me, and that was my dad, Daryl. If you knew him, you knew that he loved nothing more than sheep and helping junior kids. So this show is very dear to his heart. When he passed last year, we created a memorial with part of the proceeds going to an award we've deemed the Spirit of the All-American. The winner should exemplify values that were very important to Dad, including showing leadership, setting a positive example for those around him, having a good work ethic, having a positive attitude, being enthusiastic about the sheep industry, and always be willing to support others. This will be an annual award that we'll give out here every year, with the winner receiving $300. Nominees were contributed by breed secretaries, the All-American staff, and other stakeholders at the show. Please join me in welcoming and congratulating our inaugural winner, Bo Mum.
Bo, if you'll come out here, please. There will be a perpetual plaque created that we will hand to the winner each year, and a personal award in addition to the cash award that Bo's receiving. Congratulations, Bo. Okay, at this time we'll get back to the awards, and we're going to go to Skillathon. So in Skillathon, in the senior division, our winner was Lauren Thompson of Wisconsin. In our intermediate division, the winner was Penelope Kemp of Connecticut. In the junior division, our winner was Morgan Davis of Illinois. The beginner winner was Julia Ripka of Minnesota. So if they'll come out to receive those, and we'll get a big photo. Also, if anyone remembers whenever we started Skillathon, Sam and Pat Wyford from Ohio were the big proponents of that event and ran it for a number of years. They continue to give special participation awards to individuals, and those special awards this year go to Noah McAllister of Ohio, Weston Pointer of Illinois, Michael Izzo of Ohio, Drake Slutz of Illinois, Caleb Formo of Wisconsin. If they'll come down and receive those special awards that Pat and Sam Wyford have made possible. Caleb Formo, are you here? Okay, we're going on to the awards for judging contest. And our senior division winner in the judging contest was Brooke Young of Tennessee. For the intermediate division, Mallory Corzat of Illinois. In the junior division, it was Eva Beckner of Indiana. And the beginner division, Justine Lindo of Chile, Wisconsin. So if we can get them to come down to get their awards and photos. Okay, we're going to go on to promotional contest and the video. Senior division winner, Lauren Thompson of Wisconsin. Intermediate, Felicity Groves of Michigan. Okay, for the logo contest, Our junior winner was Allie Boyd of Ohio. The beginner winner was Brianna Hubbard of Oklahoma. Add layout, senior division, Addison Nicholson of Connecticut. Intermediate division, A.J. Harris of Illinois. Okay, poster winners, junior division, Brianna Moeller of Ohio. Beginner division, Shell Lean of Iowa. Okay, now we're going to go to photo contest. Our senior winner, Lauren Thompson of Wisconsin. Our intermediate winner, Kaylee O'Neill of Ohio. Our junior winner, Branson Taylor of Maryland. And our beginner winner, Brody Boyd of Ohio. And our senior winner, our adult winner, was Mamie Lumen of Minnesota. If they'll all come down. All right, in the essay division, senior winner was David Thompson of Wisconsin. Intermediate essay winner, Parker Reese of Ohio. Junior winner of essay, Mace Lambert of Missouri. And beginner winner of the essay, Kendra Ream of Ohio. Now ready to go to t-shirt design. Senior winner, Thomas Wallace of Ohio. Intermediate winner, Hunter Hayes of New Jersey. Junior winner, Weston Pointer of Illinois. And beginner winner, Jess Vaught of Tennessee. Now, moving right along to the next group. In a fun event, the virtual sharing. Our beginner winner was Elroy Miller of Ohio with a score of 1482. Our junior winner, Sawyer Randolph of Missouri with a score of 1462. Our intermediate winner, Logan Inbody of Ohio with a score of 1440. Our senior winner, Vivian Stephenson of Wisconsin with a score of 1439. And our adult winner, April Lieber of Indiana with a score of 1448. So just so you notice that we announced those scores, that beginner winner had a higher score than all the rest of you. Ellery Miller, are you around? Okie dokie. All right, now we're going to go to cornhole. All right. In third place in the cornhole, the team was Peyton Howe of Illinois and Zach Peterson of Wisconsin. We need you to come on down. In second place, it was Alex Angus of Illinois and Milo Bacon of Illinois.
And Alex won't be here. He went to his uncle's wake. So.
And our first place team in cornhole was Derek Coleman of Ohio and Mabel Repsher of Illinois. Next up is Ag Olympics. Okay, junior division, team 21. And we've just got first names. We've got MJ, Emily, Maya, Cade, and Addison. Team 21 in the junior division. We're going to bring in the intermediate team. That's Team 7. Foster King, Mace Lambert, Mason Lambert, and Meyer Lambert. And then our senior team, Team 8, Charlie Spoonster, Trey Spoonster, Kinsey Meyer, and Kirby Bacon. Okay, the All-American Junior Show scholarships are $1,500, sponsored by Macaulay Suffolk. Thanks to the generosity of Macaulay Suffolk, scholarships will be presented to the following exhibitors this year. Addison Nicholson of Connecticut. She'll be attending the University of Rhode Island. Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois, attending Lincoln Land Community College. Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana, attending Vincennes University. Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, attending Eastern Wyoming University. Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, attending the University of Connecticut.
No Purdue people here.
Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois, attending Lakeland College. Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, attending South Dakota University. Riley Joyer, Litchfield, Minnesota, attending the University of Minnesota Twin Cities.
Tennessee. See, I always get tired.
And Nolan Winkler, Clifton, Missouri, attending the University of Tennessee. Let's give all of our scholarship winners a nice round of applause. And if you will, let's give a nice round of applause to Billy and Betsy Macaulay Suffolk for their continued sponsorship. Nolan Winkler, are you around? All right, now the point you've been waiting for. Top Gun Awards. We're going to start out with the AOB. Our Top Gun Award winner is Penelope Kemp of Connecticut. The Baby Doll Southdown Pop Gun is Riley Joyer of Minnesota. Natural Colored Border Leicester Top Gun, Lauren Thompson of Wisconsin. White Border Leicester Top Gun, Abigail Wamsley of Illinois. Cheviot Top Gun, Cheyenne Clyde of Pennsylvania. Columbia Top Gun, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. Cordale Top Gun, Anja Lean of Arlington, Iowa. The Cotswold Top Gun, Kinsey Meyer of Illinois. The Dorper Top Gun, Meyer Lambert of Missouri. The White Dorper Top Gun, Mace Lambert of Missouri. Fitted Pole Dorset Top Gun, Justine Lindo of Wisconsin. The Slick-shorn Pole Dorset winner, Allie Boyd of Ohio. Horn Dorset Top Gun, Campbell Reese of Ohio. Dorset Advantage Top Gun, Owen Atwater, Iowa.
Hang on a minute. She's walking by, not the other. Oh, okay, there you go. All right, they're good. Okay.
The fitted Hampshire winner, Conley Hoagland of Montana. Slick-shorn Hampshire Top Gun, Olivia Porter, Illinois. Katahdin Top Gun, Weston Pointer of Illinois. The Natural Colored Lincoln Top Gun, Shell Lean of Iowa. The White Lincoln Top Gun, Malix Raisler of Wisconsin. The Merino Top Gun, Alyssa Marvin of Ohio. The Monadale Top Gun, Mallory Corzat of Illinois. The Natural Colored Top Gun, Brooke Hershey of Ohio. North Country Cheviot Top Gun, Dresden Freshweller, Silverton, Oregon. The Oxford Top Gun, Aubrey Miller of Indiana. The Rambouillet Top Gun, Dash Haig, Montana. The Natural Colored Romney Top Gun, Ainsley Porter of Illinois. The White Romney Top Gun, Olivia Blum, Maryland. Shropshire Top Gun, Jaden Slutz, Illinois. Southdown Top Gun, Raylon Schreiner of Illinois. This fitted Suffolk Top Gun, Austin Groves of Michigan. Slick-shorn Suffolk Top Gun, A.J. Harris of Illinois. Targhee Top Gun, Michaela Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. The Texel Top Gun, Alex Cook of Indiana. The Tunis Top Gun, Jacoby Mag of Ohio. The Valet Blacknose Top Gun, Kipton Poe of Franklin, Indiana. That does conclude our Top Gun Award winners. Let's give them a nice round of applause, please.
So the Oxford is Aubrey Miller.
Aubrey Miller and Brooke Hershey, we need you down here to get your Top Gun belt buckles. So mark your calendars now for the 2026 All-American Junior Show in Timonium, Maryland. And that's July 1 through 5. July 1st through 5th will be next year's All-American in Maryland. Mark your calendars. We'll see you all there. Please drive carefully going home. You do need to be out of the barn by midnight tonight.